Exactly.
A very good morning to all present here. I am Poshali Chaturaj, Faculty Department of Environmental Science, going to host this second day of two-day national
You are
seminar.
new.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
A very good morning to all present here. I am Poshali Chaturaj, Faculty Department of
Muted.
Environmental
You are muted.
Science. Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible, but there is some echo in your voice.
Hello,
Yes.
okay.
Please proceed. Okay.
The national seminar on Biosphere, Biodiversity, Biodemocracy. It is my privilege to welcome our honorable guest speaker, our respected principal sir, Professor Dr. Suhash Roy, academicians, faculties, and our beloved students to this session organized by Department of Environmental Science in collaboration with the Eco Club and IQSE of SRF College in association with West Bengal Biodiversity Board. I'm glad to announce that we got a huge response from all over the country. Over 300 participants already registered and in the seminar in offline and online mode. We have successfully completed our day one program at SRF College campus from different institutions and from different cities also join us in our day one program, and thank you all for joining us. And one important announcement that the e-certificate will be provided after successful submission of the feedback form, which will be available in the chat box section at the end of today's seminar. The e-certificate will be sent to the registered email IDs within 10 working days after successful submission of the feedback form. All are requested to kindly mute their microphone at the time of presentation. Any foul comment or irrelevant post or unnecessary nuisance during the session is strictly prohibited. So be attentive and be patient and careful. Now, I like to invite our guest, Professor Dr. Apurva Ratan Ghosh sir from University of Bardhaman, Department of Environmental Science. He is an eminent speaker and renowned professor in this field. Now, sir, I am requesting you to kindly deliver the introductory speech.
Okay. Good morning, Paushali. It is my
Good morning,
proud
sir.
privilege. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, obviously, I must pay my heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Pinaki Bose and all the members, including the obviously the principal of the college, for inviting me in this type of a STEAM webinar. And the theme which has been chosen, it carries the importance of the day. We can remember that a few days before, 22nd of May, we have celebrated the 30th of International Day of Biodiversity. And again in 2020, in our World Environment Day, we have also celebrated the biodiversity. So, from the economic point of view, if I consider the environmental economics, if I consider the biodemocracy, the biodiversity part must be heartened to everybody. As a result of that, the concern about biodiversity came into our mind. And if I consider since 1993, from this UN conference, we are going to celebrate this Biodiversity Day since 1993 or 94 on 29th of December. But on 2000 onwards, we are celebrating this day on 22nd May. You all know that ecology is a permanent economy. And our earth that we are living, what we call our Mother Earth, Gaia, this is a living planet. Particularly for the students of environmental science, the workers of environmentalists, they do believe in one fact, that yes, Earth is our living planet. And from Rachel Carson, if you consider this Earth, we cannot live alone. It is meant for all. And if you consider the Rabindranath Tagore, he also told during 1913, at the time when he has got the Nobel, man is not only the organism which is within this planet, but it has playing a role for modulating, reforming the natural environment. The natural environment is the part of that one which will make one major event in this world, that all the resources that we have, it is the part of that social democracy. We will here talk about the equity. So these resources should be equitable, that should be access to everybody. And to satisfy this need, we can use these resources that we have, but obviously not to fulfill our greed. And the man should not only be the physical component, it should make yourself or himself or itself as a social element, where man must have equipped with its responsibility, with its humanity, with its morality, which will make for entire human world, as well as all the organisms which is present, the living organisms which is present. They should be the protector of these all organisms. So in one hand, we can talk about the human-centric. In other hand, we can talk about non-human-centric. So man has to take the responsibility of both of these worlds. Then man can fulfill the terminology of humanity, its morality. Now the question is, why we are thinking about this? The biodiversity which is related with sustainable development, the biodiversity which is related with the climate change, the biodiversity which is related with our economy. Over and above, we have to keep in our, it's a biodemocracy. Now, if you consider the coin, the two sides of this single coin, in one hand it is biodiversity, in another hand it is climate change. And if you consider the three pillars of that, in one hand, it is biodiversity, it is pollution, and climate change. So, everybody of all the people, we are concerned about this democracy. And this will help us to understand the reality to preserve the biodiversity. And if I can consider the 2022 Biodiversity Day, as I told you, 2023 is the 30th celebration of Biodiversity, International Day of Biodiversity on 22nd May. And in 2022, if you have seen, there you have seen that they have talked about the restoration. So what we have lost, it is the time to restore. That is why it is the concept of ecological restoration. And even they have considered the decade 2021 to 2030 as a decade of ecological restoration. Now, this ecology is a permanent economy. And obviously for you, I can say that it is the 33 trillion US dollar market value that we have biodiversity in our world. And still we know that we have explored, identified only 2.16 million of so far available, maybe assumed, that is 1.5 billion to 20 billion species in the world. So we have been able to explore a very minimum of its size. So huge amount of it can be restored. And we must be cautious and concerned about it. Now I want to explain some of the events. That is why we are so much concerned and cautious about this biodiversity. We are using at least 80% of the plant species in our world for the diet which is used for the human being. And that means the traditional plants and the which is used for medicine. Among these, at least 4: rice, wheat, maize, and potato. It has been used by the 80% population of the world. And if you talk about the animal protein, all we know, this is the best source which integrates vitamin B12, B6, riboflavin, niacin, zinc, phosphorus, calcium, and most of the part of which we are using this animal, that is calorie, that is protein, which we are getting 68%. And in respect to others, we are taking at least 33% of calorie for which is used. And that is why you all know the category of the red meat. In one hand, bison, cattle, etc. They are the good source of protein. And bison is the best of its quality. Then it will come to pig. Then it will our chicken. Then it will come to our turkey. And lastly, fish. And all you will be happy to note that 20% of the world population is based on this fish. So for the requirement of this animal protein, for the requirement of the medicinal plants, for the requirement of the human diet, we are exploiting, we are extracting this biodiversity. As I told you, it is a business of $33 trillion per year. And when the scientists are talked about a few days before event, they have talked about the Anthropocene. You are being the Holocene, then you have got transformed into the Anthropocene, which is told that since 1965, from 16th of July, we have entered into a different era that is called Anthropocene. My geography friends, they have to accept it because it was named by Stoeman and it was being accepted and approved by another Nobel laureate, that is Paul Kushner. So since 1945, 16th of July, we have entered into another era which is called Anthropocene. Now, why we have considered this 1945? Because this is after the Trinity nuclear bomb test the man has done. Now I can tell you, I can corroborate you with this era in different occasions. If you consider the 1600 to 1850, 1600 to 1850, in this period, for every decade, the species loss was only 2 to 3. After the second phase of industrial revolution, we have seen 10,000 species per decade. And after 1950s, we have seen per decade, there are 1 lakh species going to be extinct. So the 6th mass extinction is knocking in your door. Now, this is not the first time you are facing the change in climate. This is not the first time you are facing this extinction of species. It was started since Ordovician Silurian era, which can be, you can remember. It was started sometimes in 444 or 445 million years ago, when we have seen 80% species loss, 80%. And if you come to the second phase of this extinction, it is under the Devonian period, where you have seen the 76% of the species loss was added. Then you come to the third extinction, you will see that is the Permian Triassic period, where there is extinction of, it was happened in 252 million years ago, and there was at least 2 to 3rd of the oceanic animals and more than half of the plant kingdom, it was destroyed. And in the fourth period, which is everybody knows, that is happened a massive one with 80% species loss, that was in 201 million years ago. And fifth is very popular to all of us, that is the Cretaceous and the Paleogene, which was held in 66 million years ago, where our era of the extinction of dinosaur. So you are waiting for this another episode, that is the 6th mass extinction. And for your information, sir, 50% of the animal individuals are already extinct. 50% of it. 83% of wild mammals, they have disappeared since the dawn of human evolution. And the consideration of that resulted into, I can say, resulting into the huge loss of biodiversity in in this world. And I can say, if you consider the biodiversity loss, then you can see that what are the number of biodiversity we have lost since in the 21st of century. Today, at least 25% of the all plant and animal, they are threatened with extinction. 40% of the amphibian are more in danger. 33% of the coral reef, 33% of the coral reef in danger. They have lost their entire habitat. 1/3 of the oceanic animals, you have seen 2/3 of the oceanic animals in the second extinction period. And today, 1/3 of the oceanic animals are under extinction. Half of the mammals and 1/4 of the avian species are endangered. It is told that since 1950s, the population of the world, it's been doubled. And you will be frightened to note that the production of this animal protein, particularly based on farm animals, it has increased threefold increase in the farm animals, including cattle, camel, then your turkey, then your chicken, everything. We have increased it threefold. So can you imagine what is the rate of consumption by the human being? And we have been able to create 400 death zones in the ocean. Death zones means where the level of oxygen is reduced, where the organic matter decomposition is high, and the amount of carbon dioxide is huge. So the habitat of the organisms is destroyed. So in this way, we have created 400 death zones inside the ocean. All you know, the black rhino, which become half of its population by last 40 years. The most important hawkbill sea turtle, it is under extinction. Our mountainous gorilla, which is critically threatened. The Amur leopard, which is the rare species of cheetah, which is usually obtained in the border of Russia and China, it is under threat. Our progenitors, the orangutan, that is Sumatra orangutan, or Sumatra, that is which is scientifically called as Pongo, they are losing their habitat. In South China, the tiger, their South China tiger, it has not been observed since 27 years. Once upon a time, there was 2.5 million whale. Once upon a time, there are 2.5 million whale, which was present in the ocean. Right now, even then, after this committee or the NGO, we have been able to restore the 24,000 whale only. During 1890, the African element, which is by number, was 1.3 million. Now they are becoming half. In 1980, we have killed. In 1980, we have killed 2 lakh baby seal. Only why? to procure their fur. The fur coat, which is the very costlier one. I can remember the sentence of father of Darwin. You might be knowing the Charles Robert Darwin. His father's name was Robert Waring Darwin. He told one thing: it ought to be eaten. Now we are emphasizing, the human being are emphasizing more onto it. That is why one bamboo rat, the cost of one bamboo rat in London market is 40 pounds. Can you imagine this thing? One monkey is $120. They are making the business of 11,000 US dollar per year. This is the business of the wet market. So we are mostly dependent on it. So I cannot say that we will eat, but we have taken the consideration of those things that to be eaten. For my beloved students, if I consider this biodiversity, in 1916, Sir Arthur Harris, he used this word biological diversity, which is not been noted, but you have seen in your literature or books, that is 1980, when Sir Thomas Lovejoy introduced the biological diversity to the scientific world. But the Alfred Cunningham, he told that we are making this wet market as a time bomb. He considered that this number of diversity and this number of species, they are threatened and creating the problem that we call this zoonosis. And this is due to the loss of habitat. Loss of habitat. This is the only reason why we are suffering this COVID-19 like situation. It may be that the microorganisms which have been buried in the ice floor, now it has been appeared. But we cannot forget about this era of 1918, when the Spanish flu spread all over the world. And all these, starting from this 1919 to Nipah, then you can consider the 2012, that is trichinolysis trichinolosis. Then you can consider the 2014, the Ebola, where the death toll was 11,000. And that is the transmission of this from monkey to bat, then back to man. And the another event, which is called in 2015, that is Zika, and the most threatened one that I can say in the 2012, which is trichinolysis, which has been occurred due to the meat, bush meat or animal meat, which was uncooked. That is why it was happened. And all you know, every African people, they used to take the bush meat, the animal meat, and every African, they are earning $1,000 per month simply from this bushmeat. If you consider the Brazil is the first mega diversity country, the second one is Indonesia, and Indonesia is making a business of $6,700 million in their country. Indonesia, they are the second in the. Our India is 16th, and the 17th one is Madagascar. And in China, rightly it has been mentioned, that is the wet market, which is the biggest one. That is the one, all you know, it is famous for seafood. And not only the seafood, they are also selling the bushmeat or animal meat of baby lemur, then cicado, then bamboo rat, squirrel, then jackal, civet, hedgehog, salamander, and like other things. And observing all these things, UN, they have declared that the killing or sacrificing of animals should be meant only for medicine. And the businessmen are using this terminology for medicine. So the part which has been extracted for medicine and the other part is for selling. So it's another business. They are preparing for that. And I will, as I have been told to speak only for 20 minutes, so I want to conclude with this thing, that how this biodiversity and the sustainable development is connected or interconnected. I can say, all you know, that to understand the sustainable development, we have to think about the economic health, social equity, and the environmental health. Because all we know, our planet is beautiful and bountiful. We are getting all the resources from this beautiful and bountiful planet. And this biodiversity, it provides the people with basic economic goods and services. It provides us goods such as food, fiber, and medicine. And the ecosystem is also services for this pure air, pure water, regulation of climate, and control of erosion and nutrient cycle, which is one of the important part of it. So biodiversity must be considered because it should play an important role in the economic sector, as I have mentioned firstly. So this driving principle for the development, including our agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and tourism. Because all we know that at least 3 billion people, they rely on marine and coastal biodiversity. At least 1.6 billion people, they rely on forests and non-timber products for their livelihoods. So it is the time to understand the biodiversity and its importance of sustainable development. And if you consider, my friends, since 1992, from the Rio Summit, there was an interesting debate about the sustainability and biodiversity. Then it becomes an issue. And it was connected with the impact of displacement of indigenous and other rural people. You see how the biodiversity sustainability is connected with the displacement of the indigenous and other rural people from the protected areas. And they have this opinion to make one win-to-win strategy. And that strategy was the outcome of the Rio Summit. And as you know, when the sustainable goals, which was proposed sometimes in September in 2000, and it was told that biodiversity could alleviate hunger and poverty and environmental degradation, that can promote the human health. So we have to be the basis for ensuring freedom and equity for all. That is the importance of biodiversity and the biodemocracy. So it was the think tank. It was that at that time we have talked about, not only in terms of this biodemocracy, but at that time they have considered the sustainability and biodiversity. So our stakeholders, I obviously our local decision makers, the stakeholders, maybe the private and the public sector, they need to ensure that the biodiversity and the ecosystem services should become into the mainstream of development and eradication or zero poverty, whatever we can talk about. Then this biodiversity, which we thought about essential for the sustainable development and the human well-being, and it can support the human health. And you can remember one thing, in our flagship program of 2020, our Prime Minister talked about the health of the planet and health of the people. If we maintain the health of the people, then it will maintain the health of the planet. So the phase of procrastination and prevarication regarding the degradation of the environment, we will be in a position to restore it. And we have to keep in our mind that only this biodemocracy can be fulfilled its objective if we give everyone that right of full enjoyment of human rights. That means everyone has the right of full enjoyment and human rights, including the rights of life, health, food, and fiber, depending on the services provided by the ecosystem. So the full enjoyment of human rights depend on biodiversity. And the degradation and loss of biodiversity will undermine the ability of human beings to enjoy their human rights. We have to think about, for the greatest good, for the greatest number of people, for the longest time. It is sustainability. Because man only can foresee, man can forestall, and man can destroy itself. Thank you, everybody, for giving me this opportunity. And I must be thankful to the organizer for my knowledge to share with all of you. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this nice introduction and an introductory speech. Thank you so much.
So,
Now,
if,
all the participants,
if
hello.
anybody can interact, maybe that sometimes it may be of, as we have to consider this conference, anybody
Yes,
can
sir.
interact or of if I can share his knowledge also.
If anyone has any query, can ask directly to our resource person. Yes, Obi.
Hello, sir. Thank you for the speech. I actually don't know about all these things and all these data you have shared today.
Yes.
And the thing I must actually include that the sacred groups. What is your idea about sacred groups and how it can help in saving the biodiversity?
Sure. You
Mm.
see, if you consider the national education policy which has been imbibed by India, and there is an importance of environmental studies which is called environmental education in terms of environmental education, and if the children is taking care of this concept of sacred groves, they can be also the part of considering, protecting, and conservation of biodiversity. So as much as, but we know that in case of this rural area, some of the rural area, we have been able to protect it, protect for the biodiversity. But in urban sector, even sometimes it happens, we know in the rural sector, if you consider the Purulia, we have seen that some of the sector there that has been taken by the promoters, losing all this, they have discarded the concept of this sacred groves. So the preservation, even it is told that at the college level, at the institutional level, if maybe in the school level, they must protect one area which has been identified by the local people, the tribal people. That should be kept under the purview of sacred groves. So if we give the lesson to the students, that will help us a lot, obviously.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Another thing I just like to mention that in Kolkata area, we have just introduced a green technology program where the transplantation of these sacred groups and keystone species have been done to save the things from the promoter or like you have said. So it can you say that it is one of the way of saving some of the biodiversity at least by this method which is known as transplantation?
Oh, you see, in Calcutta and adjacent area. In Calcutta, not only within Calcutta, it is Calcutta and the scarce area of Calcutta where the plantation program is going on. And one of the botanists, they told from the Botanical Survey of India that the plantation program which is going on in the Calcutta inside, it is not scientific. The tree which is not indigenous, it has been taken as a fast growing tree. What is the utility of this fast growing tree? It has no canopy. It cannot adhere the particulate matters which is containing hydrocarbon or aerosols. So why we going for this plantation? Plantation should be done in a judicial way. Plantation should be done on a judicial way. So the plantation program which is going on in the street and the plantation program which is going on the big road, it is not same. And if you want to make a patch of plantation, it cannot be called as a sacred group. But because the sacred group is a traditional concept, but the plantation or the patch of the plantation, you can go for that. You can explore some area where you can create a belt that can go for the plantation program, which will help in carbon sequestration. But when you are planting those trees, the carbon sequestration capacity is less. You simply make it as a fashion, as a design. But we environmentalists do not like, and it has been supported by also some scientists of the Geological and Botanical Survey of India. I have gone through their report, and it is available in the Biodiversity Board also.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
sir.
much,
Okay,
sir.
sir. Time.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
The time is constant. Please, sir.
So due to time limitation, we have to skip this. And thank you once again, sir. Apurva Ratun Ghosh, sir, from Bardhaman University. Now it is my pleasure to invite our speaker, Dr. Shalini Dhani, Principal Scientist, Critical Zone Research Group, Water Technology and Management Division, CSIR NIRI Nagpur. Now I'm requesting our speaker to deliver the speech and presentation. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone from the college who have invited me. And I'm sure I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam.
A very good morning to all of you. And I would first of all like to thank Professor Ghosh, who had made my job a little more easy by coordinating these things. And I think time is a constraint. It's a Sunday morning, and I'm sure we all want to have a good Sunday as well. So I will directly share my presentation first. Just confirm that you are able to see my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Okay. So let's start. So the theme for today and for this conference is on biodiversity, biosphere, and biodemocracy. I was not so well versed with this new emerging concept of biodemocracy, but I'm sure my previous speaker has covered a lot about that. I will keep my focus on the recent context. And as a lot of audience in this group are undergraduate and postgraduate students, along with researchers and faculty members, I'll also like to share some of the basic outlines and also some of the upcoming things and ongoing developments in this area. Because as we all know, biodiversity, closing the loop of biodiversity is very, very important in the times of Anthropocene to ensure that we achieve sustainability. A little bit about my organization. I'm sure many of you might be aware of NERI, that stands for National Environmental Engineering Research Institute. And it's one of the constituent laboratories of Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in India. So our headquarters are in Nagpur, where I am right now. But we have 5 zonal centers. So they are in Delhi, in Mumbai, in Kolkata, also in Chennai and Hyderabad. And this is one of the oldest CSR laboratories in the country. And it was started when there was an epidemic after independence, when Pandit Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, thought that there should be organization that should look after these wastewater issues in the country in 1958. But later on, 1973, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, then Prime Minister of the country, thought that wastewater is not the only issue for the country. There are many more emerging environmental concerns for the country. And that's when it was renamed as National Environmental Engineering Research Institute. And we have all these different R&D focus areas, right from wastewater to critical zone research. Now, again, this is a very emerging area of research where we are trying to understand right from subsurface level to the canopy of a tree to understand how ecosystem services are disrupted and how multidisciplinary approach can reinstate these qualities and services in an ecosystem. We also work on clean air, environmental systems, restoration of mine voids and other degraded lands, environmental materials, environmental impact and sustainability, biotechnology, genomics, health, so on and so forth. So there are diverse areas where NERI is working with about 130 scientists, an equal number of technical staff, and more than 2,000 research staff in different projects. So we are not only working on research and developmental projects by government, we are also working with international governments and organizations. NERI is also Asia Center for Stockholm and Rotterdam Center, and also WHO Center for Stockholm and Rotterdam Center is for persistent organic pollutants, whereas WHO Center is for water issues that WHO has developed in Water Technology and Management Division of NERI. And along with that, we are also supporting a lot of judiciary, honorable judiciary and honorable National Green Tribunal projects. So we are also contributing a lot in that area. We are also supporting corporate projects. So these are mostly applied research projects. So these are different areas where CSR NERI is working. Now let me come back to the topic of this project, because I think this is one of the very interesting slides and one of my favorite slides when I speak on ecosystems and biodiversity concerns. If you can see, there are a lot of logos that are about SDGs, important SDGs. It's also about climate, some of the climate logos, then also nature-based solutions, UNCCD logo, the COP that happened in Delhi, Bond Challenge for Forest Landscape Restoration, Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And I must say, biodiversity has been considered one of the cross-cutting areas. You want to address and reduce the risk of climate change by enhancing adaptation and mitigation. You know that biodiversity is the area. NDCs are there, nationally determined contribution to ensure that we have some kind of restoration of degraded lands to not only reduce degraded lands, but also to enhance carbon sinks. If we talk about ecosystem-based approaches for disaster risk reduction, that means we have to have nature-based approaches, nature-based solution to reduce societal challenges and risk. SDG, as you know, in 2015, when it started, and these targets are to be achieved in 30 years, we know that the biospheric goals, the clean water, life below water, climate action, life and on land, are some of the very fundamental SDGs. And if we are able to achieve these SDGs, we can ensure that we will have a more economic development in this planet. We will have resilient societies, resilient cities, resilient planet that can help us achieve a peaceful planet. So there is a huge concern right now on biodiversity. Whatever is happening on global agenda of this environmental, climate and land degradation policy and discussion and politics, it is very much centered on biodiversity. If you know the recently concluded the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Protocol or framework that came in 2022 December, it also talked about how we have to strengthen awareness, restoration and conservation of biodiversity so that our next one decade is sufficient to not only generate awareness on biodiversity among local people, but also to restore the degraded land into the back situations that it was. So there is a huge consensus, and the context of this presentation is, why do ecosystems, biodiversity and nature matters? Why do, as students who are sitting here, why do researchers who are working in this area, why do we actually need to consider ecosystems, biodiversity and nature? And in my previous slide, as I mentioned, there is a lot of science policy happening. There is a lot of politics happening on biodiversity. And there is a clear consensus that biodiversity has the ability, has the potential to solve a lot of global challenges of the Anthropocene. But what are the strategies? There is another question. What are the strategies? How can we actually address uncertainties? What can be the nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based approaches? As I also am involved with IUCN Commission on Ecosystem Management as Vice Chair Asia, I also look not only on nature-based solutions, we are also looking into the ecosystem health assessments. Now, this is a very new terminology for all of you because we still didn't have any ecosystem health assessment in South Asia, and especially in India. So this is a newly emerging area, and we are trying to see, unless and until we know the health issues of ecosystem, we will not be able to give appropriate solutions. So for appropriate solution and evidence-based decision making, it's very important, and that's what we are trying to undertake. Now, taking you back in 2020 up to 2021, because world started opening back in 2022, you all know that this was the kind of situation that many of us might have seen. When the world was closed, there was lockdown in many parts of the world, and we saw there were these kind of incidences where wildlife were reported to be even coming in urban areas. And even if you see the concern of human wildlife conflict in many parts of the India that are closer to natural forest area, where we see that leopard human wildlife, where leopard conflict or any other animal conflict is there with the humans, was very much prevalent in this part of time. So it's very much important to understand that we need to acknowledge that nature's benefits are not only important for human survival, but also for survival or other life on this earth. It can be different kind of wild species. It can be different part of flora and fauna that is around us. And then this COVID was also a realization where you might like to remember that during this time, a lot of Ayurvedic or natural medicines were prescribed for immunity building against COVID-19, be it Tinospora cordifolia or guduchi or giloy or ginger or tulsi or fennel seeds or carom seeds or your black cardamom turmeric powder. So these are an array of these spices that were already available in our kitchens, in our spice boxes, and were used for immunity building. And there were also many cases where they were very much frequently also suggested by government to consume so that we can have enhanced immunity and we can withstand the serious repercussions of COVID-19. Now, this was also the time in 2020 when for a smaller time period, there was suddenly market supplies were also closed. So many households in rural areas and also in urban areas were not having direct these vegetable supplies or food supplies from the market areas. So this was also an interesting time when people started looking in their backyard. And one of the solace in this backyard was basically these wild vegetables, moringa or amaranthus or solanum or some other species. Now, if I say that this was something new, it was incorrect, because this is something that was traditionally very much available in our culture. Our elderly generations were already using these in their time. So looking back to the history and looking back to the time in the COVID gave us a glimpse that biodiversity is so crucial. So this was a one-way direct interaction. When we don't have market supplies, we still have food around us. We still have nutritional support around us. This was very much proved into this time. And this was also the time where not only people were doing a lot of having a lot of psychological benefits from their green spaces around them, but they were also trying to have some kind of gardening, terrace gardening or backyard gardening or kitchen gardening to ensure that they have some kind of food supplies, even if market supplies are not organized. So this gives a very clear indication that there is a very strong human nature connect. And this human nature connect will very much decide how our nature future scenarios are. So these are something that were there very prevalently earlier, but slowly because of technology and other things, people have started having a disconnect. But it's the right time that we start looking around us, because biodiversity is not only wild, biodiversity is also what we eat, that's more domesticated. Biodiversity is also what we see in our area. And in many ways, if I talk about biodiversity in food systems, we know that every third bite that we take on our food from our plate is basically because of some kind of pollinator around us. So this also means that we not only need to look to the higher biodiversity or the larger mammal biodiversity, we also need to look to these smaller benefits, smaller vertebrates, smaller invertebrates, these pollinators, these bees, bumblebees also, that are very crucial part of our ecosystem and trophic structure, whereas mostly they are ignored because of their smaller size and maybe not because of their clear visibility around us. Now, when I talk about deforestation, and I will be definitely talking about the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, where I was part of two important reports on Asia Pacific Assessment of Ecosystem Services and Biodiversity in 2017, and the recently released report on sustainable use of wild species in 2022. One thing is very clear, that there is a massive land degradation, deforestation, and biodiversity loss happening. And there are many reasons. There are urbanization, mining, change in land use for some purpose. But if you see that larger deterioration or loss of this biodiversity is because of agriculture intensification around us. Because our population is rising, the population on the planet is also rising. So our nutritional demands are also rising. So that will have a significant impact on our land use, land cover change. Now, this change, this 75% of terrestrial environmental change is actually leading to more than 30% reduction in global terrestrial habitat integrity. And this is facilitating and influencing loss of habitat and deterioration. So these are the important drivers. Drivers are some kind of factors or the influencers of biodiversity loss. So there are two important ones. One is planet and other is people. So even people's disconnect with nature, if we don't acknowledge the values of nature, if we don't understand the value and importance of nature around us, this is something that will lead to more biodiversity loss. And this is something that this new generation sitting in the audience need to understand, that disconnect needs to be very much addressed. So these are some of these important special reports that were released in this duration. In 2018 also came the Land Degradation and Restoration Report of Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. There was this another report by UNCCD, United Nations Convention on Desertification and Land Degradation. And this also talked about reducing land degradation. And then this was a special report in 2019 on climate change and land. There was a special report by IBES and IPCC in 2021 on climate change and biodiversity, because it is now thought that these are not basically two isolated subjects. The relationship of biodiversity loss is very much directly related to increasing climate change. So if there will be more biodiversity loss, there are significant reasons and there are clear indications that there will be more increase in climate change. And as you know that we were already targeting about 1.5 degrees centigrade reduction, but now you know with the kind of loss is happening across the world, we are somewhere around 2.4 to 3 degree increase in climate across the world. And there was this another important report that came in 2019, and this was Global Assessment on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service. This was a very landmark report because it clearly made evident that there are more than 1 million species that are on the verge of extinction. You know that IUCN Species Survival Commission every year since 1960s has been carried out these biodiversity assessments to understand which species are threatened. And even after almost 50 to 60 years, we are not able to understand how many of these species are already lost. Because every year, every day, there are some species discovered in any part of the world. And many more of there are species that before we know them, we are lost. So this is a very, very tricky situation, very complex situation that we need to understand. A little bit basic for undergraduate students, because this is a very important area, but unfortunately, many times they get confused when we talk about biodiversity. So the clear definition says biological diversity is the variety and variability among living organisms and the ecological complexes. But keep in mind that it's not only wild species, any kind of biodiversity, even in agriculture, even in the kind of livestock we have, is part of biodiversity. We ourselves are also part of this biodiverse world. Now, this biodiversity is a result of series and billions of years of evolution, and many of you already know about it, that has been shaped through natural processes where from unicellular organisms to multicellular organism it has evolved, from invertebrates to vertebrates, and from simpler organisms to complex organisms it has been evolved. And this is what forms the web of life, which is very much integral part of not only this planet, but also of our survival, of our human well-being. Now, when I talk about biological diversity, many of you are already knowing that it is variability of life in forms, variability of life in levels, and variability of life in combination. So these are three important areas. So it can be variety of genes, species, habitats, ecosystem, any kind of variability, right from very simpler gene level to very complex ecosystem level is considered biological diversity. And you also know that there are mega diversity countries around the world. India, the Indo-Malayan region, Australia, in Latin America, parts of North America, and also Africa are the mega diversity countries. And these are some important biodiversity hotspots in and around India. And you know that these are some of the very rich forest areas as well, where some of the most unique and endemic flora and fauna persists. When I talk about India, you all know that India is a very unique country in many ways. We have this privilege to see right from Trans-Himalayan region the cold desert areas to islands, then coastal areas, the Gangetic Plain, the fertile part of the country, the Western Ghats, the arid and semi-arid areas. So in a country, if you see so many different ecosystems, that is what, and these kind of different biogeographical area is what makes India very unique. So if you know a little bit more about that, the first forest types of India was by Champion and Sate in 1968. So this was when it was declared that there are 16 important forest types in the country, but that was later in 2015 when Dr. P.S. Roy from IIRS actually came to know through his exhaustive studies across India by using remote sensing techniques that our primary formations are now changing. Our primary forests are now changing. We have more degraded areas, more open forest, more agriculture, more horticulture and plantation taking over in our natural pockets of forest area. So that means there is a huge land degradation, huge deforestation happening even in biodiversity hotspots. So if you want to see the previous state of forest report of India, you know, even the northeastern part, the eastern Himalayas, the biodiversity hotspot is now having a severe degradation of forest. Now, when I talk about biodiversity, this is some of these interesting statistics that I've collected from Botanical Survey of India, and it's in the headquarters are in Kolkata. So if you see the number of species in the world and number of species in India, you see that India contributes a significant number of species in every category, right from angiosperms to gymnosperms, pteridophytes, bryophytes. So these have both the higher plants and also lower plants, bryophytes, lichen, fungi, algae, and also virus and bacteria. And many, many more are yet to be discovered. Many, many more are yet to be known by humans. So this diversity, some of the examples, interesting examples and unique examples are these carnivorous plants. And if you see these all, they grow in nitrogen deficient lands, and to fulfill their nitrogen deficiency, they consume insects and smaller insects. So this is something that's one of the interesting and amazing parts of the nature that we live in. Another interesting example that I would like to show you and can be a very good example of biodiversity is that is created by Padma Shri Haji Kalimullah Khan. He lives in Lucknow in Malihabad. That's also called the one of the biodiversity hotspot for mangoes, where you see a different kind of mangoes. And you know that in India also we have a lot of mango festivals during this time in June and July. So this is interesting because he got this Padma Shri for having about 300 varieties of mangoes on one tree. So okay, you can imagine what biodiversity we have of mangoes. So this is just one example. When you start thinking that biodiversity is only what we see in the zoo or what we see in national park and sanctuaries, this is also part of biodiversity. India is also home to and center of origin for many diverse species of even agriculturally important species. India is home to about 166 species of crops and about 334 species of wild relatives. Banana is one of them. If many of you start traveling towards Meghalaya and parts of Northeast Himalayas, you will see these wild banana growing in forest areas. And there are many more contribution of the country towards crops and wild relatives. And if you want to read a little bit more about banana, because it's a very, very interesting species that has changed the human history. So you have rice, you have Vigna, Cajanus, Mangifera, Musa, that's banana, piper, and so many other these vegetable and spice species that are part of center of origin for the country. And this is a contribution from the country to the world's crop and wild relatives. Now, it's not only these agrobiodiversity. India is also one of the largest producer of dairy products. And if you know, these dairy products are coming from diverse varieties of not only hybrid, but also indigenous varieties of livestock and milk producing animals. And these are some old statistics, but India is right now one of the top producers of dairy products also. So this is coming from diverse animals of these cows and buffaloes in parts of the country. And now if you see the fiber diversity, the fiber that is used to prepare woolen animal based wool woolen materials and clothes, you see the distribution of sheep breeds across the country. We find about 40 different sheep varieties. So this is also another interesting example of sheep breeds across the country. And maybe many of you sitting here in the audience were not knowing that even this sheep diversity is one of the important contribution of the country. So this is a very unique thing about biodiversity, looking beyond the wild biodiversity that needs to be preserved. Now, we as humans are also part of this biodiversity, and as you know, we are home to about 398 languages, and among them even almost 11 has gone extinct. And among these 398 languages, 22 are officially recognized and official. These are official languages of India. Maybe in last few years there were more addition to this, but India was a country with so much of diversity of biogeographical zones, with so many different uniqueness of landscape and ecosystem has given rise to a lot of these distinct characteristics. Now, one thing is high biological diversity. So no, there are countries where have high biological diversity in Latin America, like Colombia. Then you have China. You have another country in Latin America, Peru. You have Malaysia, Ecuador, and Madagascar that have high biological diversity. But then there are countries with high cultural diversity, like Papua New Guinea. And now Papua New Guinea is just next to Indonesia, that's having another huge center of biodiversity. Then you have Nigeria and Cameroon as high cultural diversity. But these are the countries in the mid that have not only having high cultural diversity, they have both the characters in them. So these are Indonesia, India, Australia, Mexico, Zaire, and Brazil. So that makes our country even more unique, where more than 200 languages are spoken. So these are few countries in the world where more than 200 languages are spoken, and they are also considered as mega diversity because more than 70% of flora of this and fauna of this country is endemic to this part of the world. Now, as I mentioned earlier, pollinator is an important aspect of this biodiversity because every third bite on our plate is contributed by these pollinators. One thing is very important that I would like to highlight. Then when Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services started their first assessment long back in 2012, the first assessment report came on the values of pollinators. And this is important because we know the relevance of pollinators for a lot of crops, and major part of crop that we use is basically pollinated by these small pollinators. So this was important, and there was a high value highlighted in this report of pollinator assessment. And after this pollinator assessment came in 2015, government of USA made a red list of bumblebees and honeybees in their country. So this was the first step of making an evidence-based decision making. A legal norm was accepted that these pollinators have to be conserved for future generation. Now, what I also like to highlight that nowadays you also hear about robotic bees that are pollinating the crop. But again, there is a limitation of technology. Whereas if you see biodiversity, you never have to control how they pollinate. So if we conserve this biodiversity by conserving the species on which they are using as a habitat, or which they are using for pollinating, we will be able to save this biodiversity for future. There is a serious decline that has been directly highlighted, and this needs a significant concern by all the governments of the countries. Now, my previous speaker has already highlighted about the significance of health. We know there are a lot of plants that are used, but then we should also know that there are more than 50% of all synthesized medicines coming from natural origin. And almost 80% of the global population relies on traditional medicine. It can be Chinese medicine, it can be Ayurveda, it can be Unani, it can be Siddha, but more or less all these kind of medicine systems are basically dependent on natural products. And then if you see, there are some of these high value medicines like mucus on starfish is used for asthma treatment, or morphine from opium or poppy is used for an array of medicines, both in Chinese or Siddha or Ayurvedic or allopathic medicine. So this is a very important part that they play. And then there are these medicines coming from animals like cone snails. So the cone snail venom toxin is reputed to be almost 1,000 times more potent than morphine. So it's an important painkiller. But then these cone snails have to be conserved if we want a continuous supply of this medicine and having a very sustainable use of wild species for medicine development, because pharmaceutical and nutraceutical industry is having a huge pressure on these species. Then hibernating bears, they have extract of blood restores blood for treating bone quality and reducing osteoporosis. So again, you know how threatened bears are across the world. But this kind of a significant contribution that they give for human well-being is tremendous, and is because of the high important biodiversity we have. I don't need to exaggerate on this because many of you living in West Bengal know the relevance of mangroves. Those who are living in coastal areas, even in East Coast or West Coast, they know the importance. After tsunami in early 2000 showed us the way how these mangroves can reduce disaster risk. We all know the importance of these important high value sensitive ecosystem. But at the same time, there are a lot of bioremediation approaches that are used by presence of these plants or bacteria or fungi to reduce or clean these hazardous waste in soil or water. And so, for example, you know that Pseudomonas putida is an important cleaner of oil spills in coastal areas. And then it has a very inherent important property of actually breaking down or converting these materials into less toxic materials and harmless products. And there are many times nature and biodiversity has inspired invention across the world. You know that these Velcro that have changed the way how we wear shoes. So there are these Velcro in shoes, Velcro in our clothes, Velcro in our bags. So they were basically the invention, and this invention came because of the scientists getting inspired of some technology that is present in some plants. And you know, there is this one important plant, and if you go in wild areas during winter time, it gets stick to your clothes. So these are some important inspirations that were given that were taken by scientists to develop these life-changing products for the world. And then if you see these another example of this beetle that is found in harsh Namibian deserts in Africa, and it's also one of the driest parts of the earth. So this beetle, Stenocara beetle, basically collects a lot of frog droplets in their mouth, and it is there only the source of fresh water. So from this little creature, this Stenocara beetle, scientists learned developing better ways to collect water, which may mean the difference between life and death, especially for people living in extreme environment. And I was recently reading and viewing one of the videos where even there is a startup in India that is using the moisture from the air to actually generate water for people, because there is a saying that there is a lot more humidity in the environment than the water available around us. So they want to capture this humidity around us to develop products and potable water for local people. Then you know termites have been a great inspiration for green architecture and developing green buildings. So for example, this East Gate Center example in Zimbabwe was designed to be naturally ventilated and cooled, and this is basically modeled on termite mound. So this is not just one example. You know that many such buildings across the country in many parts of India are also examples of this inspiration. And then we also know that ultrasonic echoes, and we all know that bat can use to see it in the environment, and this spatial awareness can be given to even vision impaired. So these are some of the examples of this inspiration in the world. So if I talk about why need to conserve this biodiversity, I think these three reasons cannot be sufficient. There are ethical reasons that every species has a right to survive in this environment, because we all share this earth, and humans are not the only habitat person for this planet has been created. And then also for diverse ecosystem benefits, right, from provisioning from regulating, supporting, and cultural benefits. And then, of course, religious and cultural purposes. We know that many of these plants have their own religious significance. Some plants are culturally sacred. So, and somebody was asking about sacred groves also. So there are religious reasons why we have been conserving biodiversity, but conservation goes even beyond this definition. Conservation goes even beyond these boundaries, and that needs to be conserved. So one thing in last few slides has been clear, though we are still ignoring that fact, that nature matters. Nature matters for developing resilience, biodiversity matters for us. And it's very important that we consider ecosystem-based approaches, and they have a proven potential for managing uncertainties, be it climate change, land degradation, uh, disaster risk, or any other issue that this humanity is facing. Now, these are some important examples that to showcase that ecosystems have a very clear linkage. You see these two important patches. One patch is of June cultivation. And other patch where you see these prairie-like grasslands is part of one of our projects in East Clariat area in Meghalaya. And if you know, these areas are basically biodiversity-rich areas. But in this area particularly, where these prairie-like grasslands are developed, are basically not characteristic because this is a biodiversity rich area, but because of customary rat hole mining, a lot of these ecosystems are transformed where you don't see anymore these rich biodiversity patches, but you see these open grassland, and even the water that flows in these rivers and nearby streams is having very low pH. And there is a clear indication that our efforts have now actually led to collapse of these ecosystems. So that's a very significant and sensitive concern. At the same time, we also understand there are another two pictures showing you the Trans-Himalayan region in Western Himalayas and also Western Ghats, showing you how these ecosystems, mountain areas have been huge buffers of reducing landslides, mudslides, and rockfall. So if we deteriorate and degrade these ecosystems, something what's happening in Himachal or what happens in Uttarakhand every year is a consequence. And we should be ready for these consequences. And if we actually want to restore these areas back, that's only the time when we can reduce landslide risk and mudslides and rockfall. Another important ecosystems are these riverine and wetland buffers. And you all know that if we have good riparian buffers, so riparian or gallery forest or riverine forest are basically the small patches of vegetation on the both sides of these river bank, both sides of river on the river bank, and similarly in the wetlands also. But slowly, if you see any wetland across the country, if you see any river across the country, we see that there is absolutely no riparian buffer. Absolutely, there is no buffering on these wetland areas. So basically, the catchment areas are fractured, or they are having a lot of development, lot of infrastructure buildup that reduces the subsurface flow and also hampers the quality of the entire quality of these ecosystem, river and wetland ecosystem. So these are another two areas that we worked, and Honorable High Court of Nainital in these high altitude wetlands have already decided to understand what kind of bearing capacity humans are leaving for these ecosystems to survive. So these are some of the sensitive concerns that we are facing. We all know that coastal vegetation and mangroves are huge buffers for coastal hazards. We all know that Amphan, Foni, or any other disaster that happened, or any other cyclone that has come in last 3-4 years to east coast of the country, many of these mangroves have actually reduced this impact and also help people survive and keep themselves safe in these areas. And then important area, how indigenous local knowledge systems, for example, crop diversification. We all know that most of these natural areas are always facing some kind of stress, and people have somehow developed traditional crops and cropping practices that have been more tolerant to these changing climate, more tolerant to stress, more tolerant to flood, more tolerant to drought, more tolerant to pest, and in some way they get some crop or some yield out of these products, these crops. And you see a lot of this is basically climate adaptive agriculture. So climate adaptive agriculture is not something that you are reading somewhere. If you go in these villages, ask these local people, maybe you'll get more knowledge on how crop diversification has been done over the ages, how this climate adaptive agriculture is done. And this is an excellent example of conserving local and traditional agro biodiversity. Now moving from natural areas to forest areas, and then forest areas to, we know, these urban ecosystem, the biggest concrete jungle where we live now, we still know that these concrete jungles are still having some kind of good biodiversity, because species don't have boundaries. They are always moving. You see good birds, good butterflies also in many parts of these urban areas. So flamingos in Mumbai or civet or some other exotic animal being seen in urban area is not a surprise. It's only that their habitat has been fractured, their ecosystem is degraded. That's why their population is declining. Whereas these urban areas, these urban green spaces have huge support for not only carbon sink, but also reducing heat island, improving groundwater recharge, improving ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, and also psychological benefit. We did a couple of studies in Delhi and also in Nagpur to understand the disparity of urban green spaces, how different wards of the city are having demand-supply gap. Because WHO has decided and given a guideline of at least 9 meters square per capita, green space should be available to every resident in urban area. Whereas Government of India's guidelines are 10 to 12 meters square per capita. Now there is a huge disparity. You don't see even 1 meter square per capita of space, green space that is accessible to local people. So this creates a lot of issue in terms of conservation. Now over the period, what has happened, land degradation is affecting ecosystem health, and this is the situation when the land gets abandoned, we leave the land because we don't get any kind of ecosystem benefit. And that's the reason that many of our ecosystems across the world and also across the country are actually facing hidden collapse. So ecosystem red listing of species needs to be upgraded to ecosystem red list of ecosystem, so that with this umbrella approach, if we understand that ecosystem is threatened, it's very clear that the species also living in these ecosystems may be threatened. So this approach is already implemented, and India is also developing a consortium on the guidelines of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that came in 2022 last year. Now, there is an exponential increase in vulnerability of the society due to disasters. You know, disasters are no more happening in natural areas. Now they are happening in urban areas. So forest fires, then degraded wetlands, then cyclones hitting these urban areas, even many parts of West Bengal, and then landslides are very frequent across. And then there is another loss where lopping and felling of forest is happening. And then, of course, people are still hunting and illegal trafficking. My previous speaker talked a little bit, highlighted about this trafficking, but this illegal trafficking, land use, land cover change was highlighted as one of the important reasons of zoonosis in the history. So this more trafficking and more devastation and degradation of forest will lead to many more zoonosis in the future. So COVID-19 was not the first and the last pandemic that happened, but there will be more chances of pandemics emerging and spreading across the world because of the way we are shaping up this planet. So these are another important pictures. You know that plastic is another bigger driver. It's present everywhere, right from our rivers to groundwater to oceans. And now there are studies coming up that it's now also signatures are found in human blood, the fetus, the brain, and whatnot. So this is the kind of concern that despite there is a complete ban on single-use plastics in the country, the plastic keeps increasing. Another examples are quite well known. Wildlife crime is very serious. Convention on International Trade of Species CITES very much is concerned with this. The Indian Forest Department, a lot of these at the check post and these transboundary posts are actually having a clear eye on it, but still a lot of species get trafficked. And what they are developed into, they are developed and made products out of it. For example, reptile skin have a huge market. Similarly, shatush, a small animal found in Kashmir. Then Akida jedi or Cordyceps sinensis being traded across China borders, because China is a huge market of these products. There are n number of products and animals that are traded across the borders, and mostly these trades are where local people are involved just out of the greed of money. They don't know the kind of havoc they will create in future. And then there are a lot of these butterflies. We never thought that butterflies might also be target of this trafficking, but these are important butterflies from southern India, and these are many of them rare, have a market itself. And then these star tortoise, their eggs, and these other turtles, they are also part of this illegal trade that is affecting these. And then shark fins and seahorses. So you see a huge industry running on this trafficking business that is affecting these illegal trade and local biodiversity of the area. Another thing, because once the winters are here, we have a lot of Chinese manja, and this Chinese manja is affecting a lot of our birds. So it's very important that we have sustainable practices, something that has been always followed. Using a cultural protocol is followed through a cultural protocol, and these new interventions, they don't give you any pleasure. They take lives of somebody. So there is already complete ban. So it's not only affecting animals, it's also affecting humans, where you learn that humans die because of some kind of accident where manja is involved. So this needs to be very much, awareness has to be taken care of in different cities. There are more than now 15 Indian bird species that are globally endangered. Some of them are Bengal florican, lesser florican, Great Indian bustard, social lapwing, and Jordan's cursor. But I should mention one thing. If you see the scheduled species of under Wildlife Protection Act 1972, right from Schedule 1 to Schedule 5 are basically animals, and Schedule 6 is for plants. But Schedule 6 is basically it's all blank. There are no species entered right from 1972 to now. So it has been more than 50 years, and we don't have any threatened plant listed into this. But if you see the range of species of animals right from Schedule 1 to Schedule 5, you see that most of the species that are in the schedule list are basically grassland species. So one thing is clear, that our grasslands across the country have been lost. All these birds, Bengal florican, lesser florican, Great Indian bustard, are basically grassland species. So introduction will not play a big role unless and until we restore these ecosystems. It's not possible to conserve these species unless you have a house. How will you reintroduce? Where are you going to reintroduce these species? So any captive breeding, any intervention will not be helpful unless we restore these habitats of grasslands and scrub forests. Cheetah was lost. In India, we have one of the biggest Asia's grassland in Banni, in Bhuj. That was lost. So once our grasslands are lost, our homes are lost, their niches are lost, we know these species are going to be lost. And these are 15 extinct bird species. So these are from different parts of the world. So if you know the story of dodo in Mauritius, dodo was not only extinct because it was killed, it was also extinct because there was an important tree species on the tree seeds this bird was feeding. So once this species of tree got sacrificed for illegal logging, and this logging led to extinction of this tree species, that in rapid way also led to loss of dodo, because it was not only being killed for food, its own food was not available in the vicinity. So this is the story for most of the birds. So instead of introduction, it's very important we create habitats, restore habitats where these species can be reintroduced. So these are different I'm sure you might have heard about or read about these Convention on Biodiversity right from 92, then CITES for reducing illegal trade, then traffic is also involved for reducing illegal trade. IPCC is not talking about biodiversity and climate change linkages, red listing of species. IUCN, again from 1960s, have been trying to mobilize local people and also influence national policies for conservation and also create a lot of protected area. So if you see Convention on Biodiversity, it focuses on only three important frameworks: conservation, sustainable use, and equitable use, equitable sharing of benefits. And equitable sharing of benefit is basically among people, the local people who bring this knowledge. And that's how, if you want to read little bit more about equitable sharing of benefit, the access and benefit sharing is a very important part of Convention on Biodiversity under the Nagoya Protocol. And then because almost 190 countries are signatory, they have ratified. So once you sign it, that means you want to, you align with, you agree with what this policies and act conventions are saying. And once you ratify it, and ratification means you have to make a national policy following the convention. The National Biodiversity Act came in 2002-3, and then National Biodiversity Authority came up in Chennai. Traditional Knowledge Digital Library was set up by Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Traditional Knowledge Resource Classification, and then PBR. So India is a very unique country where all these districts, all these villages have their own PBR, People's Biodiversity Register. So now the country knows we have a huge database of what is in different parts of the village. This is by involving people, participation of local people. That's the added value of these PBR. We have a huge protected area network. Almost 5% of our geographical area is under Biosphere Reserve. And then there are, apart from these national parks, sanctuaries, tiger reserves, elephant reserves, we are also having community conservation reserves coming up in different parts of the country. So that's including more people in participation in conservation. Now, I talked about intergovernmental panel. Intergovernmental panel on biodiversity was in line of IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It started in 2012. There was an important conference in UK, and this was a conference on Planet Under Pressure in 2012. And this landmark conference led to formation of Intergovernmental Panel. And after that, year after few years, they are coming up with relevant reports. They came up with pollinator assessment. They came for modeling and scenario assessment of biodiversity loss. They came up with land degradation report. They came up with regional continental reports of biodiversity loss for Asia, Pacific, Africa, America, and Europe. Then they came up with global assessment report. Then sustainable use of wild species came, and then values of biodiversity. Recently, 3 reports are under preparation. One is on food, energy, water and access. Then there is business and biodiversity. Then there is transformative changes. So there are a couple of reports that they are under preparation. They are very authentic reports because experts from different parts of the world are involved in preparation of these reports. And the main important part of IBBES is that more than 170 countries are partner to it. And every report comes up with a policy brief. So there are policy statements of the report, and these policy statements are for countries to agree on. So once the countries negotiate and agree on, they have to make policies in their country. So that's a very important part of how IBBES is influencing science policy for people and nature across the country. So as I mentioned, it is to strengthen science policy interface for biodiversity and ecosystem services. And as I know, I've taken a lot of time, but I hope it was relevant for all of you. If I want to give some concluding remarks for this conference, I think the most important part for researchers is to understand and integrate the value of ecosystems in developmental planning. You know that development is happening across the country, but unless, and so far we have been only addressing the requirement of biodiversity as a baseline, we need to understand ecosystems and ecosystem services that are relevant. And a resilience perspective needs to be integrated in development. If we want to have a development in that part or ecosystem, how do we reinstate ecosystem services? How do you ensure resilience perspective is very important. Then we need to orient our developers, policy makers, and also community about ecological engineering, ecosystem based approaches, nature based solutions. And then at the end, as we know that environmental impact assessment is a very important area for development. But whenever we have these kind of development, can we have a more a strong potential approach of value creation that help creating value in terms of biodiversity, where instead of corporate social responsibility, we also talk about corporate ecological responsibility. When government have a project, I think I can speak more on that in terms of what government policies are there. But I think in respect of time and in respect of other people who are going to speak later, I will like to highlight these are some of the important points. And the time is for nature. So that means we need to have more nature based planning wherever we go. If we want to talk about schools and colleges, we ensure that at least 20% of this is green anyway. And people, uh, college going students, researchers are involved in this local level planning of their colleges. So if we can start from a very local level, I'm sure we can proliferate it further to other parts of that urban area. And this is an example, a very important example from Kolkata. I'm sure many of you are able to relate, and I would like to hear from audience what they know about this, because this is the excellent example of nature-based solution in the country from Kolkata. So with this, I thank you all for your patience, and a very special thanks to Dr. Pinaki Ghosh for his patience and ensuring that I am here on Sunday. I thank all the audience. I thank all the organizers, principal, and all the speakers and everybody present in this discussion and conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you for this very interesting and informative lecture. We are running really late, so we have to skip the interaction session. If anyone has any query regarding this presentation, they can write in the comment section and we will convey that to our speaker and let us send back them the replies through emails. Thank you. Thank you so much. Many participants inform us that they can't join us today due to some network issue. I think there is some server problem today. So we assured them that this valuable lecture is already recorded and we will publish it on YouTube. We are delighted to announce that we got many abstracts from all over India from several esteemed institutions. From that, we have selected a few PPT presentation, few participants. Participants are directed to present their presentation within 10 minutes. Please maintain the time frame. In this session also, if anyone has any query regarding participant presentation, they can write their query in the comment section. Please be prepared for your presentation, and now I am announcing the name of the presenter one by one. First, Dr. Radhakrishnan Saran, Department of Environmental Science, Maharaja Ganga Singh University, Bikaner. He is requested to present his presentation. And secondly, I request Dr. Pankaj Shaini, Associate Professor, Department of Environmental Science, IIMT University, Meerut, to please be prepared for his turn. Thank you. Over to Dr. Radhakrishnan Saran. Dr. Radhakrishnan Saran, are you present?
Please keep. Please skip.
Okay. Dr. Pankaj Shaini, Associate Professor, Department of Environmental Science, IIMT University, Meerut. Dr. Pankaj Shaini, are you present?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can proceed now.
Are you seeing my slide?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And so my good noon to all of you. Today is the day of the seminar. My topic is environmental impact assessment, a tool for sustainable development. As today, Miss Salini Dhani ma'am, her concluding remark about the EIA is the value creation approach. And now I will present my topic. Even a common literate man on the streets talk about the pollution, health problems, disaster, water crisis, and the global warming, and the erratic behavior of the climate change. Yes, almost all over the world, but why? Because he is the worst sufferer who cannot afford the increase in the unpredictable vagaries of the climate in general and the local weather fluctuation in the particular, as well as unsustainable development, and that therefore everyone is a concern for the personal to holistic global visions. Industry, as you know very well about that, the industry they play important role in the economy and the country. Industries are not only the responsible for the provide the goods but also the maintain the living standards of the peoples. No doubt, industry has a positive impact on the economy, employments, and the production of the goods. As population rise, the industrialization the growing faster rates than the usual. It is the experience that industrialization affects environment in different way. Unsustainable developments adding the various pollutants in atmosphere, hydrosphere, and lithosphere, which not only affect the environmental conditions of the area but also the serious health problem in community. People who live in the polluted environment are the developing the chronic health problems and the even dying the prematurely due to the pollution exposure. And now the negative, you know very well about that, the negative impact of the anthropogenic activities are not only the limited over the environment and the human health, but also to the wildlife and vegetations, both terrestrial and aquatic. In the last couple of the decades, due to the rapid urbanization, unsustainable urbanization, as well as the industrialization in the world, the population has even the spread of the earth poles. The scientists have already found traces of the industrial pollutants in the sample of the ice cores from the Antarctica and Arctic. And there is the number of the form of the pollutions like the air pollution, soil pollution, industrial pollution, water pollutions, and these are the pollution related to the unsustainable activities by like the anthropogenic activities from our society to the nature. But here a picture can depict the more than 1000 words. This is the picture for that. The entire part of the earth is land, soil, water, and atmospheres, which living organism we have found is the called biosphere. This is the life zone for all of us. And the role of the AI is the sustainable development. The sustainable development is the essential for the overall social impact developments. Sustainable development must meet to the need for the present generation without the compromising the ability to the future generation and to meet their own needs and aspirations. And also in these slides, we can see here the role of the sustainable development is the closely linked to the carrying capacity of an ecosystem as the latter determines of the limits of the economy developments and carrying capacity of the specific ecosystem in the mixture maximum rate of the resource of the consumption that can the sustains definitely in that specific area, and over exploitation of the natural resources above the maximum will lead to the depletion of the ecological degradation. And now we will discuss about the carrying capacity based the planning the environmental impact assessment could form the major instruments of the decision making and for the measurement of the sustainability of the context of the regional carrying capacity provide for the consumptions framework of the extended of the cumulative assessment of the developments policies and plans to project on a regional basis. And now we have the concept of the EIA. Any impact can be defined as any change in the physical, chemical, and cultural and social, economic, and environmental impact. We have the two types of impacts very well about that. You know very well about that, the primary impacts and the second impact also. The primary impact are those impacts that can be attributed directly to the proposed action, and the second impact are the indirect impact. You know very well about that, which are followed by the primary impact, including the change in the typical associated with the social and environmental activities. And now the impact, these are type of the impact is maybe the positive and negative, and EIA is the tool for the proposed alternative for that impacts and the preventive damage also. This is the EIA is a very important tool for the sustainable development. And now we will the EIA is the systematic process to identify, predict, and evaluate the environmental effect of the proposed action. And the environmental impact assessment is the commonly described as the assessment of the environmental, including the impact on the biodiversity, vegetation, and ecological water and airs. The objective of the EIA is to identify the predicts and evaluate the economic, environmental, social impact of the development activities. And second one is to provide the information on the environmental consequences of the decision making. And third one is to promote the environmental soundly sustainable development through the identification of the appropriate alternatives and mitigation measures. And the benefits of the EIA, you know very well about that. The sustainable ecosystem benefits and economic benefits, environmental benefits, and social environment benefit. Category A project required for the mandatory environmental clearance in the EIA process, thus they do not undergo the screening process. Category B is the project undergoes the screening process, and they are the classified into the two types. Category B1 and projects mandatory requirement of the EIA, and category B2 project do not require for the EIA. All category A project required a prior environmental clearance for the MOFCC. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Category A project include all the physical infrastructure whose the size was the cost of the greater than the certain minimum level of the identified of the schedule. So the environmental clearance before the project are the guaranteed in the center levels. Step in the EIA. I have only 10 minutes, so sorry, I am very fast in my presentation. EIA process the proposals in the first the screening. Is the process of the this picture is the to show in this. So we are see the EIA required or not required. So no EIA. Here is the no EIA is the but is the EIA required is the scoping. After the scoping, impact analysis and the mitigations management. After that, the EIA reports and review decision makings. And here is the public involvement in the review. The first here is the two time with the public involvement. First one at the time of the scoping, and second one is the on the time of the review of the any projects before the establishment of any projects. And further decision making is the approved, non-approved, and non-approved after the redesign and resubmits also. And if approved, the project implementation and follow-up. And the step of the EIA process is screening, scoping. You know, we have discussed about the earlier slide very well. And the screening, the first stage of the EIA, which is the determine the whether the process of the project required for the EIA and the level of the assessment required. And scoping the stage of the identify the key issues of the impact should be the further investigation. This stage also that define the boundary of the time limit of the studies. Impact analysis also, you know about the stage of the EIA, identify the predicts at the eye are likely environmental and social impact of proposed project evaluate significant. And mitigations, the step the EIA recommended the action will reduce the avoid the potential adverse environmental impacts of the development activities. And reporting, this is also known as the EIS, environmental impact assessment. Decision making, post monitoring after this stage the come into the play once project is the commissioned. It is the check to the ensure that the impact of the project do not exceed to the legal standard of the implementation of the mitigation measures. And methods, some of the methods, these are the some methods to find out the impact of any proposed projects and activities. Ad hoc method, checklist metrics, and these are all methods. And we are discuss about the EIS also. The environmental assessment is the report of the whole environmental EIA process. And this is the picture for the environmental statements. And this a picture can depict the more than 1,000 words. And this picture showing the more than 1,000 words in you know very well about the air pollution. And here is the water pollution, because if we are not the conduct the EIA in the field of the sustainability for the sustainability of the environment. So we faces these type of the problems like the air pollution, water pollution. You can see in this picture, and the water pollution also another here is the picture, because your picture is depicts the 1,000 more than 1,000 words. You can see here, and the significant is the Scotland Declaration 1972 on the environment, and they indicate laws the control waters and the air and the pollution soon after, but it was the only after the Bhopal gas leaks disaster in the 1984 the country legislated the Umbrella Act, the Environmental Protection Act 1986. Under the Environment Protection Act 1986, India notified the first EIA norms in 1994, starting setting in the place of the legal framework of the regulatory activities, the access, the utilize, the effect of the pollute and natural resource. Every development project has been required to go through EIA process for the obtaining the prior environmental clearation. In 1994, EIA notification was replaced with a modified draft in 2006 and make to the EIA process more transparent and explains. And draft EIA notification 2020, the Ministry of Environment for Climate Change has published in the draft environmental impact assessments notification 2020 with the intention of the replacing the existing EIA notification 2006 under the Environmental Protection Act 1986. And now you can see in this picture is the very heavy pollution in the concerned area. And now this is the if that type of the situation is in, we will face that situation in future. And vehicle of the 21st century, you can see this is the good, the eco-friendly vehicles for all of us. And the pollution makes the angry, our earth very angry to this type of the activity. After that, the angry, the impact of the climate change due to the unsustainable developments, the future of our coastal cities. This is the big question before us. This is also another impact of the in the form of the disaster. Here another pictures in this another picture in the form of the different type of the disaster. You know very well. If you really think the environment is less important than the economy, try holding your breath while you count your money. This is the we think about the environment and economy, and the environment and economy is the really both two sides of the same coin. If cannot sustain the environment, we cannot sustain ourselves. Doctor, the keynote speaker, Dr. Ghosh sir, already said about that sentence. And however, for the sustainable development, the most desirable participation and the contribution would be from the general population. There is a strong need to change the mindset of the people for follow the norms of the sustainable development, as well as the health, hygiene, sanitation, cleanliness, and the environmental ethics, and using natural resources in such a way which may help to control the unsustainability of the ecosystem and the control the pollution.
Hello.
And we have to select. This is the last slide, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Please brief.
Yeah. We have to select our future. We have to select our future and save the environment for the sustainable future. Thank you all of you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Now I am announcing the name one by one, so they can prepare and they can assume that their position at the list. Dr. Sohail Muhammad, Swastika Mondol, Saptarshi Chatterjee, Dr. Kollani Mitro, Kobita Kumari, Dr. A. Pavani, Tapos Das, Amit Haldar, Chandrima Goswami, Konok Chakraborty, Nilimesh Mojumdar, Partho Saha, Dr. Najmul Hossain Laskar, G. Sudhakar Babu, Suchitra Mitro. Now I am requesting Dr. Sohail Muhammad to please present his presentation and Swastika Mondol to be prepared for his turn. Dr. Sohail Muhammad, Teaching Associate, Center for Disaster Management Technology for Animals, Rajasthan University of Veterinary and Animal Science, Bikaner. Are you present here? Swastika Mondol, Department of Zoology, Chagda College.
Present.
Okay, let's start your presentation. I request Saptarshi Chatterjee, Department of Zoology, to be prepared for his turn. Please unmute. Swastika Mondol, Department of Zoology. Please unmute.
Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, yes, okay.
Okay. So today my topic is about the variety of biological indicators, sterilization and disinfection methodology. So biological indicators include biological processes, species, or communities, and are used to assess the quality of the environment and are often attributed to anthropogenic disturbances like the pollution, land use, or natural stressors like drought, late spring freeze, etc. Although anthropogenic stressors from the primary focus on bioindicators research and the widespread and application of the bioindicators to assist us in identifying or studying all types of environments like the aquatic and terrestrial using all major taxonomic groups. Now we have to know first of all that how biological indicators are important for sterilization and disinfection procedures. Biological indicators determine the efficiency of any sterilization process. Here, BIs are used to determine some necessary conditions whether made to kill a specific number of bacterial spores or microorganisms. And for a given sterilization technique, obviously, there are commercially available spore ampoules containing the pH indicator and bromocresol. You can see here bromocresol purple to assist in detection of spore growth. Now, in the next slide, there are some famous organisms that are used for sterilization processes, which are Bacillus stereothermophilus, Bacillus subtilis, Bacillus atrophius, and Bacillus pumilus. Bacillus stereothermophilus is an important bacterial spore that is used for moist heat or in the case of autoclave machines. Bacillus subtilis for dry heat, and radiation-based sterilization methods are conducted by Bacillus pumilus. And there are some illustrations of sporodex, biological indicator strips and strips of Bacillus subtilis, and spore suspensions also, which are nothing but the bacterial spores suspended in aqueous solution or medium. Now, in the slide 3, the question comes, why do we use biological indicators for these sterilization purposes? Sterilized means being free from all sorts of living microorganisms, and these are used widely for validation and verification of an adequate sterilization cycle. Here is an analysis on bioindicators to demystify sterilization procedure by autoclave. We use two vials. One is the test vial and the control vials in autoclave. Test vials with BI spores or the spores of biological indicators are placed in autoclave machine along with autoclaving material at about 121 degrees Celsius to 132 degrees Celsius. And the whole process is conducted via the use of this test vials and the control vials. So after completion of the autoclave, test vials of BI spores are taken out and again is incubated for almost 48 hours at 56 degrees Celsius temperature. And in addition, the control vials are also incubated at the same time and temperature as the test vials. Now, as the control vials were not autoclaved before, the spores began to germinate because they are alive. The spores begin to germinate, and as a result, transformation of their color from violet or purple to yellow is exhibited on account of change in pH, unlike the test vials, as dead BI spores can't germinate. So by this distinguishable color change, it can be concluded that the sterilization via autoclaving is completed with almost 100% efficiency. Now here we can see some D values of some biological indicator species. The D value is the time that is taken to kill about 90% of the bacterial spores. For autoclave at 121 degrees Celsius, which is a moist heat technique, obviously, the bacterial spores that are used here is Bacillus stereothermophilus and Clostridium sporogens, have their D values of 1.5 minutes and 0.8 minutes respectively. Next, for dry heat method at 160 degrees Celsius temperature, Bacillus subtilis is used and the D values is almost 5 to 10 minutes for it. Now, another effective sterilization technique is the gamma radiation-based sterilization process by Bacillus pumilus that we can see the D value here. And in the next slide, here is the sterilization by dry heat and moist heat. I have already explained the moist heat procedure. Now, in case of dry heat, we use some incineration or hot air oven. Those are widely used in the dry heat method. The hot air oven is operated with a temperature range of 50 degrees Celsius to 30 or 300 degrees Celsius by using the temperature regulator knob. By this, we can regulate the temperature range. Now, here is the gamma radiation based or the radiation based sterilization technique. This is very effective sterilization technique and it needs very high heat requirements. So in case of radiation based sterilization, during sterilization, gamma rays effectively or efficiently eliminates the microorganisms from the medical devices and tissue allografts also. But also, if significantly change the molecular structure of the irradiated products, it can also discolor or alter the texture of certain products. So also it has some drawbacks. Now this process needs, as I said earlier, that it needs high heat requirements for a prolonged period of time. So materials that are sensitive to high heat or moisture, oily materials like soft paraffin, liquid materials and electrical devices, those can't be used here. Next, we have some commercial availability of spores as biological indicators. For these purposes, here are spore strips and spore ampoules. Spore ampoules were used in the autoclave machine. Now, after sterilization, before sterilization, the spores of the spore strips, those are clean. But after sterilization, the spores are converted to ashes. So there is a blackening in the strips. This is observed there. For spore ampoules, as I said earlier, that it carries some pH indicators. Like the bromocresol purple, it is an indicator to assist in the detection of spore growth. So we can say that usage of BI or biological indicators can be considered as a promising approach to discovery of new sterilization techniques, pharmaceutical sterilization and disinfection methodology. And biological indicators include the biological processes, species, or the communities, and are also used to assess the quality of the environment and are often attributed to anthropogenic disturbances and natural stressors also. So thus, it plays a very important role in the whole sterilization and disinfection methodology. And thank you for my role. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our next participant, Saptoshi Chatterjee, Department of Zoology, University of Bardhaman. And next, Dr. Kolani Mitro is requested to be prepared. Saptoshi Chatterjee?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. My presentation is visible to all of you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Saptoshi Chatterjee from Department of Zoology, University of Bardhaman. And my topic of presentation is Drynaria quercifolia, a medicinal pteridophyte, suppresses hepatotoxicity in mice. So in this study, there are two parts. One is a promising phytochemical extract from the promising plant, the Drinaria quercifolia, and another part is how the hepatotoxicity can be cured with the help of this plant extract. So when we talk about the hepatotoxicity, we used here a very conventional drug, that is the paracetamol. So our life is now dependent over this drug, and it is also recognized by the World Health Organization in the list of essential medicines in the 20th edition. So paracetamol is very frequently prescribed by the clinicians and available over the counter, that is known as the OTC. And the intentional or unintentional overdose of this drug is a matter of great concern. So this paracetamol can conjugates with several methods or biochemical reactions to can generate some toxic compound that may cause hepatotoxicity. So in this study, our main focus is how we can reduce or prevent these hepatotoxic side effects of the paracetamol with the use of the plant Drinaria quercifolia. So why we are very much excited about the phytochemicals? What are the advantages of the uses of those phytochemicals? The number one is the very less side effects, and they can use in the prevention of the damage of the normal cells, and various phytochemicals can be also orally administered as the food source. So with focusing on those advantages, we have selected the plant Drinaria quercifolia. But why Drinaria quercifolia? Because in the various study in the tribal populations, it may be in the Southeast Asia, in the Malaysia, in the Tripura, the rhizome part of this plant has a very promising impact to reduce this hepatotoxicity or renal toxicity, as well as very much in dangerous diseases like the tuberculosis, rheumatoid arthritis, or the disease like the common cough or common cold and abdominal pain also. So we are focusing on the rhizome part of this plant because in the study of the several tribal population and different research articles, the rhizome is the target region of this plant. By the using of this rhizome, we can treat the several diseases that I have already mentioned. So what we have done? We have done a screening of the different fractions of the Drinaria quercifolia extract. The rhizome extracts are dissolved in the different solvents. It may be the acetone, it is the ethyl acetate, as well as the methanol. And out of these three solvent extract, the most promising one is the DQA, that is the acetone extract of this Drinaria. And we have performed the total phenolic content assessment. We have measured the total flavonoid content, the DPPH scavenging activity, and these all results concluded that out of these three solvent, the DQA, the acetone fraction, is the most promising one. But before further study, we have to sure it that is it toxic to the normal cell also. That is also very evident from our study that it has a very low toxic effect on the normal cell line. And we have used the murine C2C12 normal cell line where it has a very low toxic effect. But when we use the paracetamol to generate the hepatotoxicity, it is evident from our study that paracetamol is providing a highly toxic effect on the liver of those murine models. And it is also observed that the several biomarkers like the serum hepatotoxic markers ALT, AST, ALP showed here that the paracetamol treated group is showing high toxicity amount. These all results have explained that the paracetamol treated group are showing the high toxicity level. But when we treated or when we deliver the DQA to those murine model after the paracetamol treatment, they have recovered from this hepatotoxic effect. And this recovery also observed in the renal toxicity also. The paracetamol group showing high renal toxicity, but it is recovered by our DQA treatment. So by the study of several renal toxicity markers like the urea creatinine and the hematoxylin eosin study of the kidney tissue has confirmed our result and our vision also. But when we examined in those serum biochemical markers, we have to prove it on the mRNA, in the gene expression level, in the enzymatic activity level, and also by performing the Western blot to analyze the protein expression. And our fundamental study, our fundamental vision has also confirmed by this mRNA level expression, the enzymatic activity, and the protein expression by performing the Western blot. So the mRNA study is showing that after treatment of this DQA, they can lower or they can accelerate the antioxidant enzymatic activity, or they can prevent us from the tremendous damage that is caused by the paracetamol. So this all over study, we can conclude it by the some following points: that Graineria quercifolia extract have a great antioxidant potential. The hepatotoxicity induced by the paracetamol in mice is reduced by the acetone fraction of the Graineria. The renal toxicity is also recovered, and this whole process is done by the modulation of the main gene, that is the NRF2, and it's downgraded the targeted genes. So as a whole, I can conclude that we have published in those experiments and the data in the international journal, and it is already published, that DQA treatment is not only prevented the paracetamol induced hepatic distress by the following chronic exposure of the drug, but also it can reduce its immune and renal toxicity. Thank you very much. These are my references, and I have to acknowledge my guide, Dr. Shantanu Chakraborty sir, and Dr. Aparajita Pal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Saptarshi Chatterjee.
Thank
Our
you, ma'am.
next participant, Dr. Kolani Mitra. Are you present?
Yes, ma'am, I am present here.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Assistant Professor, Department of Education, JIS University, Agarpara, West Bengal, India. Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed now.
Welcome, ma'am. This is visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, all respected person. I am Dr. Kolani Mitra. First of all, my thanks goes to SRF College of Beldanga, all organizers, to give me the opportunity to present my paper in this auspicious seminar. So, all of we know that over the last century, humans have come to dominate the planet, causing rapid ecosystem change and massive loss of biodiversity across the planet. This has led some people to refer to the time we now live in as the Anthropocene. So my topic is biodiversity and conservation, role of education. So first of all, we know what is biodiversity. Biodiversity or biological diversity is the variety and variability of life on Earth. Biodiversity is a measure of variation at the genetic, species, and ecosystem level. The term biological diversity was used first by American botanist Arthur Harris, 1916, and it is coined by Rosen as biodiversity in 1985. So, what is conservation? Conservation of biodiversity is protection, upliftment, and scientific management of biodiversity so as to maintain it at its threshold level and sustainable benefits for the present and future generation. So biodiversity divided into three types: genetic diversity, species diversity, and ecological diversity. So genetic biodiversity is the biological variation that occurs within species. Different examples are there. Just I mentioned someone: rose flower, wheat, rice, mango, different varieties of this, and different breeds of dogs. Species diversity is the number of different species that are represented in a given community. Just we mention the example woodland forest comprising 4 to 5 different species of trees. So ecological diversity includes the variation in both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem. It includes species diversity, genetic diversity, and ecosystem diversity. Examples: forest, grassland, agricultural system, lakes, streams, wetlands, coral reefs, etc. Next, function of biodiversity. In this slide, I mentioned different points. Please see the slide. Protection of water resources, nutrient storage, pollution breakdown, maintenance of ecosystem, etc. Sustainable development. We see the Brundtland report in 1987, where mentioned that development that meets the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. So, loss of biodiversity. IUCN Red List monitors 1,212 animal species in India. Biodiversity hotspots in India. The term biodiversity hotspots was coined by Norman Mears, 1988. Out of the 36 biodiversity hotspots in the world, 4 are in India, which includes the Himalayas, the Western Ghats, the Indo-Burma region, and Sundaland. Just Himalayas region, Western Ghat, where the oceanic and sufficient rainfall is there, and Indo-Burma, and also Sundaban. Himalayas host almost 163 endangered species: one-horned rhinoceros, wild Asian water buffalo, as many as 45 mammals, 50 birds, 12 amphibians, 17 reptiles, 3 invertebrates, and 36 plant species. So, the Western Ghat, the hills area found along the western edge of peninsular India, around 77% of the amphibians and 62 of the reptiles are endemic. Indo-Burma region also 13,500 plant species can be spotted in the region, half of which are endemic and cannot be found in any other place of the world. Sundaland, the region lies in the Southeast Asia, includes Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia. Nicobar region represent India in this hotspot. So next, causes of biodiversity. Causes of biodiversity, in my slide I mentioned, please all of you see the slide. Pollution, habitat loss, hunting, introduction of invasive species, overexploitation, climate change, and natural disasters. So this chart, this map, the loss of biodiversity, the year-wise loss of biodiversity. So main reasons to conserve biodiversity. How we conserve the biodiversity? Process of food chain, cleaning air, better cultivation, medicinal plants, etc. Here 2 terms is there: in situ and ex situ. In situ means where there is a in situ, this is the method of conservation all the living species, especially the wild and endangered species in their natural habitats. A national park, we know that in India, national park, that is the Jim Corbett Tiger Reserve, etc. Biosphere Reserve or XC2. XC2, there is a conservation of areas outside their natural habitat, botanical gardens, zoological parks, seed banks, etc. So there is a zones of Biosphere Reserve. What is the Biosphere Reserve? In India, 18 Biosphere Reserve and also there. But in our Sundarban, one Biosphere Reserve is there. That is three in this circle. I mentioned the three area, that is the core region where this is restricted by the human activity, strictly prohibited. Buffer zone where it is used by only research and ecotourism, and transition zone where the human's activity for the sustainable development where is encouraged. Example, farming, forestry, and other human activities. So the next different important Indian acts passed related to human in Environment and Biodiversity, Fisheries Act 1897, Biological Diversity Act 2002. Please see the slide kindly. Education and awareness. We know that education is the weapon of the all solve problem to decreases the every problem. So education is essential for the sustainable and equitable use of biodiversity and its conservation. So UNESCO leads the global education for sustainable development agenda and actively support education on biodiversity. Role of student. Students are they are the powerful stratum of our society. So students need to promote plantation in surrounding areas. So in our university, there is a program organized in 5th June, World Environmental Day. Our student planted the some rose flower in the top. So students understand the need for protecting environment and they are prepared to fight against the contamination of atmosphere, as today's student is tomorrow's citizen. So ways to preserve, how we preserve biodiversity. Support, as a student, our student, they support the local farms, save the bees, because bees are responsible for the pollination. Plant local flowers, fruits, vegetables, respect local habitats, know the source. So here is a continuation of the different parts.
Madam, please brief.
Okay, suggestion. Please you see the suggestion of these. So healthy and good biodiversity indicate a healthy and good ecosystem. Therefore, biodiversity conservation plays an important role in the equality of life, all living organisms, and sustainable development. Thank you all for your patience. So, madam, sorry for extra time. Sorry.
Okay, madam. Okay, thank you. Our next participant, Kavita Kumari, Pushpa Thakur, and R.K. Saran. Kavita Kumari, Pushpa Thakur, and R.K. Saran. Department of Environmental Science, Himachal Pradesh University. Department of Environmental Science, Maharaja Ganga Singh University, Bikaner. Are you present? Next, Dr. A. Pavani. Dr. A. Pavani, Professor of English, SBIT, Anantapur.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Good afternoon.
proceed.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, faculty of SRF College, organizers and co-presenters. First of all, I would like to thank the SRF College for selecting my abstract titled Role of Biodiversity in this today national level seminar on Biosphere, Biodiversity, Biodemocracy organized by Department of Environmental Science in the collaboration with Eco Club and IQAC SRF College in association with the West Bengal Biodiversity Board. I am delighted to present my topic titled Role of Biodiversity. Let me share my PPT. Is it visible, ma'am? Hello? Is
Yes,
it?
yes.
Okay. See, role of biodiversity. What is diversity? Diversity means it's a term made of two words. Bio means life, diversity means variety. The term biodiversity refers to the variety of life on the earth. Plants, animals, microbes, and fungi are all examples of living species on the planet. Biodiversity plays Biodiversity plays a key role in balancing the ecological system. The world's current focus is on the conservation of environment for the sustainable growth. The hour needs to preserve the biomass where the plants and animals are essential to balance the earth's temperature. There are different types of diversity like genetic, species, and ecosystem diversity. Whereas the genetic diversity relates the genetic information contained in the genes of all species, like every human looks different from the other. The species diversity, the variety of species, refers to the number of species and the number of individuals in the species. Like, for example, it is the biodiversity observed within a community. So, ecosystem diversity, whereas the habitants of natural communities and ecological processes, which is connected by food chains and food webs. So, coming to the value of biodiversity. Biodiversity provides a variety of environmental services from its species and ecosystems that are essential at global, regional, and local levels. Loss of biodiversity contributes to climatic changes. Forest converts carbon dioxide into carbon and oxygen. Loss of forest cover due to release of carbon dioxide and other gases due to the industrialization, which contributes to greenhouse effect. Greenhouse leads to global warming, which results in rise in sea level, submerging the low-lying areas in the world and causing atmospheric changes. So, what are the consequences of loss of biodiversity? A loss of ecosystem leads for the protection of water resources, nutrient storage and cycling, pollution breakdown and absorption. Loss of genetic diversity, like allows species to adapt to changing environmental conditions and stresses, and which also reduced the food security. So these are the pictures which we can see that loss of biodiversity can create a lot of damage to the environment. So think before cutting a tree. Loss of biodiversity of animals. So hunting, poaching, these are all being prevalent in the present days. So the effects of this, like pollution, hunting, global warming and climate change, and the agriculture effect, domino effect. So effects of biodisposable plastic. So the plastic is being dumped everywhere, and this causes a lot of damage to the environment, which is another effect for the effect of the environment, in which we have to take care and we have to avoid this plastic. So because of this melting
Madam,
of
your
glaciers,
slides are not changing.
not changing, ma'am. Okay. Now, can you see this melting of
Yes, yes.
glaciers?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So because of this melting of glaciers, we can see that the present floods in Himalayan region and in all other parts of the country. So I conclude with this. It is essential to ensure richness of biodiversity by controlling pollution and building an environment that is safe and secure for all the organisms on the planet. So please conserve the nature. Nature holds the key to our aesthetic, intellectual, cognitive, and even spiritual satisfaction. Thank you so much for, for
Thank
giving
you,
me
madam.
this opportunity, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Our next participant, Tapos Das and Neeraj Sen Sarkar. Physiology section, Department of Botany, University of Kalyani.
Yes, I'm
Okay,
audible to everyone.
okay. I'm announcing the next participant, Amit Haldar. Please be prepared for your turn.
I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, yes.
Okay. My slide is visible to everyone.
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to every respected person present over here, especially the principal of SRF College and other teachers present over here. Now, I would, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Tapos Das from Kalyani University. I'm working with the molecular taxonomy of diatom. So today my topic is DNA barcoding reveals cryptic diversity and reevaluation of Ketoceros from Sundarban UNESCO World Heritage Site. First of all, I would like to mention that correct species identification is very much important, and it is the basis for biodiversity. When we are going to explore the biodiversity, correct species identification is very much essential. And then for the interaction of species in food chain, distribution of organisms, and also effect of environmental changes also based on the correct species identification. So we focuses our study on the correct identification of this very important component of phytoplankton, that is diatom. So diatoms are a component of phytoplankton that is that is very important for the primary production in the ecosystem. So diatoms are golden brown eukaryotic algae, one of the important component of phytoplankton, composed of more than 200 genera and 10,000 species. They contribute about 25% of global primary productivity and 40% of the total productivity of marine ecosystem. Now, Sundarban is one of the most important biodiversity rich landscape on earth, and although it has very much climatic adversities and its land topography is also complex, instead of that it consists of more than 350 species of vascular plant, 250 species of fish, and many more other group of species. Now our study focuses on three main things, that is collection of a important genus of this diatom, that is Chaetoceras, from a specific site of the Sundarban, that is the Matla river of Indian part of the Sundarban, and then to establish the pure culture of this Chaetoceras genus. Actually we have established 12 different species of this genus in our lab, and then we characterize them with the help of light microscope, then scanning electron microscopy, and after all, and finally the molecular characterization also done with this culture established sample. Now in this presentation we have described 12 different species of Chaetoceras, and for the understanding of the identification of this genus you have to know little bit about the general terms of the diatom. In a diatom species, two different valves are there. The upper one is epitheca, lower one is hypotheca, but you have to know that the diameter that is shown in this slide in the left figure, the black line, that is apical axis. This is known as apical axis, and the transverse one is known as parvalvar axis. This 3 to 4 term is very much important to identify this important genus. Now the first species of our study is Chaetoceras caustatus. This species is new report in our study from this region, and this species having some important character, that is when the two cells are connected to each other they leave a gap. This gap is known as aperture, and this aperture is elliptical in shape, and you can also observe that very fine thread-like structures arising from the side of each cell, and these are known as seta, and these seta are very thin in thickness, very thin. They are very thin, and they are arising perpendicular to the long axis of the chain. So these two are very important identifying character for Chaetoceras caustatus, and this species is newly reported from our Indian part of Sundarban. Next one is Chaetoceras subtilis. You can observe that two terminal seta is very much longer than all the other seta present over the filament, and these two seta and all other seta are directed towards the single end of a chain. And the second point is, here you cannot observe any aperture among cells. The cells are joined completely, so no aperture is living in between two cells. These two are important character to identify this species. This is previously reported from this region, and we evaluate this again. And the third species is Chaetoceras abnormis. This species is more or less similar to Chaetoceras subtilis, the previous one I have described, but these species have only one terminal seta. The arrow represent this seta, but the second one is missing. Next, the Chaetoceras pseudocarbicetus, the molecular data help us a lot to identify it from Chaetoceras carbicetus, because Chaetoceras carbicetus and pseudocarbicetus is very much similar to each other. They're looking very much similar. The chain is curved in nature, and the cell having much more in length than the diameter, and the seta arising from each cell is perpendicular to the long axis of the chain. Then Chaetoceras peruvianus. This is also previously reported from this region, and this is heterovalvate, that is the epitheca and hypotheca is different in nature. The epitheca is slightly round, but hypotheca is flat, and both the seta arising from the epitheca is curve and towards the parvalvar axis, but the theta arising from the lower half is straight and slightly convex. Next, Ketoceras janicus. This is also previously reported one, and this species having the chloroplast in the theta also, but still now we have observed 4 species and any of them does not contain chloroplast in their theta, but this species contain chloroplast in their theta, and this is homovalvate, that is the epitheca and hypotheca are flat in nature. Then this is Ketoceras decipiens. You can observe that the diameter of the cell is much more than the previously described one, and the apical theta is thicker than the intercalary theta over here, and the aperture living in between two cells are broadly lenticular in nature. Then this one is very important, and this one is the first reported in science, and so we are mention it as Ketoceras spin-off. And this you can observe that 4 chloroplast in each cell you can observe clearly, and the terminal theta is broad, that is from the base towards the apex it's radiating. Then this is the second news to science, and these species also you can observe that the terminal theta is very much longer in third picture, left right side, and the aperture in between two cell is narrowly lenticular. Now you can observe among 3 different picture of this slide that there have 3 distinct species. Actually they are cryptic in nature because they have same gene sequence, but they are morphologically different. Their morphology are different from each other. You can see that the arrow showing the aperture among 2 different valve are different in 3 different species, but they are not 3 different. Actually they are showing morphological plasticity, and their genes are same, so they are cryptic in nature. And these are some scanning electron microscopy photograph that showing the resting spore of our 2 new species to science, that is Ketoceras spin-off 1 and 2, showing in lower right hand side and lower left hand side, and the upper left hand side showing the Ketoceras abnormis, only a single theta present over the top valve, and the right corner, upper right corner showing the Ketoceras decipiens scanning electron microscopy photography. After that we isolate the genomic DNA from our culture sample, and then we PCR, and then we got the sequence. After that we run the phylogenetic tree using mega 11, and you can see clearly over here that the upper 3 species are clustered together, and they are showing no evolutionary lineage, that is 0.000 in 3 species. So these are the cryptic one, that is their morphology are different but genetically they are same. So our study revealed that they are actually same species but giving different morphological characteristics. So our outcome,
please brief your presentation.
Thank you. Actually our outcome is, after the study of these 12 different species, molecular characterization help us to discriminate 2 new species from this region of this genus, 3 cryptic species of this genus, and 5 previously reported one, and then 2 are new to science. So we acknowledge for giving the opportunity our funding agency UGC and Kolkata University Department of Botany, and also my guide Dr. Nirashen Sarkar. So these are my selected reference. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next participant, Amit Haldar, Dr. Niraj Sarkar, Department of Botany, University of Kolkata. Department of Botany, Navadip Vidyasagar College. Okay. Okay, proceed your presentation. I request Chandrama Goswami to be prepared for his turn, for her turn. Sorry.
A very good afternoon to all the delegates, teachers, and organizers from SRF College and all other collaborators and participants. My topic is diversity of Bixa aureliana and its utility awareness among the peoples of West Bengal. It's a plant, it's a shrub plants. Actually, it's a habitat from the Brazil area and the Central America, and over the time it spreaded over the rest of the part of the world. And now India is one of the country which are the plant where the plantation of Bixa aureliana is huge, but the awareness about the Bixa is relatively very low. Let me tell that Bixa produce a pigment called Bixin, which is the second most valuable and have the second most market share in the world after saffron. On the basis of the economy, it's have. My research is mainly on the biochemical aspects of its pigment and the molecular docking studies of this pigment, and a little part of this on the survey on the awareness of users of Bixa among the people of West Bengal. I am focusing on the survey part in today's presentation. This is the systematic positions of my plant Bixa aureliana, and the morphological description is here. It's an evergreen shrub, a small tree up to 6 to 8 meter tall. Let me go to the survey part. This is the overall distribution in the world. You can see the Central America part have the more vegetation of it, and India is the middle in a middle position in the production of such plants. But let me tell you, our geography or our phytogeographical condition in India, it's very suitable for plantation of this plant, but the awareness is very low. That's why people are still lacking behind in the vegetation in making such a plantation in their vicinity. So what is the application? The Bixin can be used as natural food coloring agent. It can be used as a dye in a very many cosmetics use. The common name of this plant in our area is lipstick plant. People taste lipstick plant or shidur fall, because it can be used as an alternative to such cosmetics. So it's very much popular as a natural alternative to such a synthetic chemical which is widely available in the markets. It's also have antioxidant property, antibacterial property. My other research part of this total PhD thesis also contains this research. I am also doing this antibacterial and anti-cancer properties and inflammatory properties in my molecular docking and molecular simulation studies. So I have also surveyed a number of people in the state of West Bengal on the base on many parameters. Today, in this presentation, I am focusing on mainly 4 things. So these service parameters comprising of on resident basis, income basis, age basis, on and gender basis. Before showing the results, I am just saying that this survey have been done by interviewing more than 1,000 people from the year 2019 to 2023. It's a 4-year span. The survey has been conducted by the questionnaire method, where the people cannot cooperate with us with the questionnaire. We have taken the direct interview. So in all the parameters basis on which we have conducted, people's willingness to move towards a natural source of food coloring means a move towards a synthetic or artificial one to the natural alternative, all are agrees. So we have not shown that parameter in our graph because that's 100% agree. So first, the Bixa utility awareness among the resident types. So we can see in our first gram, so it's in the food coloring. Second is the in cosmetics section, and it's other application. So rural people know most about this usage. be either it in the colorant as in food colorant or as in cosmetics. In every aspects, rural people know much. They are much aware about the uses of Bixa. After that, the semi-urban people and the urban people know least about these things. And next is mixability awareness among the different income groups. We can see different surprising things in the previous slide, as we see that rural people is much about they are aware much about this utility of the Bixa. But here we can see the very lower income group whose annual income is less than 60,000 per year. They similarly know much about the usage of this Bixa, but the income group which have earning more than 6 lakh per annum, they also know much about the Bixa, more than the income group between 60,000 to 6 lakh per annum. That means the middle group have least interested, but the higher group, the higher income category, people shifting towards the natural alternative, maybe due to their better awareness about the harmful effects or the class or the society that they move. They know they are much shifting towards these things. But the middle income group, they are hurried people, and they go more with the synthetic available one and don't bother for such natural things. Then after the Bixa utility awareness among the different age groups, see, we can see from the diagram, it's progressively increasing the awareness, and the aged people are most aware about the things. But we can see the aged people know much about the usage of Bixa as a food colorant, but their knowledge about its usage as an alternative cosmetics is lacking. In that category, the age group of 45 to 60 years old have the highest percentage, but in the cosmetic section, the larger client base will be in this category, 15 to 30-year old. But astonishingly, we have found that they know least about the usage of this Bixa and cosmetics or any other sections. But we need to aware of this category, 15 to 30-year-old people, about much usage of it. It will be better for a future purpose. Our last parameter is Bixa utility awareness on gender basis. Uh, as usual, the data suggests that females are more aware than their male counterpart regarding the usage of Bixa, because they are in our Indian society, females are more aligned towards this uses of this, or their choice are much more matter here in this matters. What will they use, and they choose the natural variant over the synthetic one. And also the usage of cosmetics, because we have already said the much of use they use Bixa as a lipstick or alternative to lipsticks or the sindoor types. So female are the prime users of these things, but the other uses, I mean, the use of Bixa as an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, or antibacterial agent, these types of others knowledge are prevalent in the male category. So we can conclude from the above study that much more people willing to go towards the natural. Everybody have these things in mind. Whenever we ask anyone, be it in the rural area or urban area, any income group, they all think that they will shift to the natural alternative from this synthetic one. But during the practices, we found there are different fractions, or the ratio is not on the same par at with their with the willingness, because their awareness ratios differ from people to people. People from the rural background are much more aware about the usage, and same has been observed among the higher income strata of the society. When we come to the urban societies have both this middle income group and the higher income group, where the higher income group know much about these things, but the middle income group living in the urban area doesn't know about it. Younger generation is needed to aware about this Bixa cosmetic use and other utilities. Female are better about this natural sources. We may take a clue from the above survey that and design awareness module with gradient emphasizing among different target groups to make them aware of it. Thank you. Part of this research is supported by my CSR, GRF and SRF fellowship, which I owned previously. And part of this research is also supported by the PhD grant of Dr. Neeraj and Sharkar, my PhD guide. We acknowledge Department of Botany for their instrument facility, and also thank West Bengal Forest Department and Biodiversity Board for giving a necessary permission for this survey and using for collecting the samples from different forest area throughout the West Bengal.
Please make it short, please.
It's
Thank you.
complete. Thank you
Thank you.
for your attention.
Chandrima Goswami, Guest Faculty, Department of Environmental Studies, Rabindra Bharati University.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you may proceed. Next, Konok Chakraborty, Partho Saha, and Shumir Kumar Shil. They are requested to be prepared.
Ma'am, this is visible. Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, ma'am. Privileged to be a part of this seminar. Thank you so much, Fatehpuria College, for organizing this and letting me to be a part of this. Myself, Dr. Chandrima Goswami from Environmental Studies Department, Rabindra Bharati University. And my topic is Impact of Environmental Changes on Biodiversity. As already discussed by previously by ARG sir, that how much less the biodiversity is explored, and as ma'am was also telling, Dr. Shalini ma'am, that how much essential the ecologically important, culturally important biodiversities are there, that is supporting us in every possible way for different ecological services. But still, we are creating a havoc for them for our own requirements, and that is economic development. Coming back to the topic, climate change and the climate driven changes, as we all know, there are different changes going on around the globe, and the human activities are solely responsible. So, principally through the emission of different greenhouse gases that are unequivocally causing the global warming, the temperature has risen up to 1.1 degrees Celsius above 1900 year, as in 2020. So the greenhouse gas emissions are continuously increasing due to unsustainable energy use. There are change in land use patterns. There are too much of huge consumption, creating again a huge enormous amount of waste, and that is again to be managed. So we find widespread and rapid changes in the atmosphere, in the ocean, in the biosphere, and even the cryosphere. There is interdependence of climate together with the ecosystem and its biodiversity, together with the human society, definitely. So the physical changes are obviously affecting the ecosystems and their species. No. And the climate changes are impacting concurrently, interacting with the different societal changes, and that is becoming more salient day by day, with huge natural resource loss, with huge loss of
Slide
biodiversity.
is not
And
changing.
okay, uh, so it's not changing.
No, ma'am, it's not changing.
Now it's
Is it?
changed. Okay. Proceed.
Okay, okay. So coming to the biodiversity, I would make it short. The very basis of our survival and economic development, it plays a huge important role in the way the ecosystem functions. As I mentioned, there are different ecological services being served by the biodiversity, be it nutrient cycling, be it water cycling, be it pollination, and even climate regulation. So, coming to the change in frequency, the severity and duration of events that are taking place, many terrestrial, freshwater, coastal, and even marine ecosystems are at high and getting to higher risks. For example, if we talk about the kelp or the seaweed ecosystems underneath the ocean, as published in Nature Journal, the ecosystems are declining because of climate change, and the warming at or beyond the thermal tolerance level is making it more vulnerable. Here are some of the pictures of the kelp, that is habitat for many invertebrates, many fishes, as we know, and is in the eastern Pacific coast from Alaska and Canada to California. Coming to the Arctic sea level declination, as IPCC reports do confirm the decline of the sea ice, and it is projected that the first sea ice free summer shall occur before 2050, which is again alarming due to the global emissions that is driving the temperature and may drive beyond 4.5 degrees Celsius at that time. And the satellite records are already indicating a yearly rate of Arctic ice loss of nearly 13% as per IPCC. Coming to the coral bleaching and coral mortality, as we can see from the picture, the reefs are expelling the symbiotic algae that are responsible for their beautiful colorations, and the ocean warming and acidification is again responsible here, created by human development in many ways. So the corals are eventually dying, and here are some of the pictures again. So the examples of impacts without additional adaptation, there are huge risk of species loss, as we can find if the temperature rises above 1.5 degrees Celsius up to 2 degrees Celsius and above, and if it goes beyond 3 or beyond 4 degrees, there will be huge loss of 30,652 species of birds, mammals, reptiles, amphibians, marine, benthic species and invertebrates also, as reported again by the sixth assessment report of IPCC. Coming to the different responses of species. Now, species also revert back in different ways if they can, or otherwise they become defensive, or otherwise they are getting dying. So they exceed the adaptation limits, and there are range shifts reducing the biodiversity in alarming number, and there is sometimes homogenized biodiversity in regions because of the migration of the species as well, because of climate. As we have heard about human beings as well, we are also becoming migratory, the refugees, the climate refugees as we say. So distinctive of the communities are getting altered, and the species are so much damaged. As per IPCC again, I would here like to mention at 1.6 degrees Celsius, more than 10% of species loss is projected. They can become endangered, and increasing to more than 20% at 2.1 degrees Celsius, representing a severe risk. And these happenings are more prominent over areas where the temperature and precipitations are extreme, definitely. And
Ma'am,
more than
please your
80%.
ma'am, please brief your lecture.
Yes, yes. So more than 80% of loss definitely in the marine species if the warming is more than 3 degree. Here are some graphs regarding the percentage of species loss we can face if the temperature goes on increasing this way. And also the pest, weed and disease occurrence are creating damage for the ecosystems, leading to loss of biodiversity. And the climate induced changes are also affecting the hydrological cycle upon which all of us, including the freshwater and terrestrial ecosystems and their species, do dwell upon. So the forest fires, there are the different drought conditions, and here is an example of a bird from America, which is again reducing in number, getting challenged during their fledging success, low juvenile rate because of climate change. Some of the other human activities that is again devastating for them. So lastly, here I have included some of the review evidences that how the biodiversity is at a loss due to change in environment and what efforts we need to put. We should reduce deforestation, and we should concentrate on the development of certain mitigation ways so that we can control the loss as much as possible. Here are some of the selected references, and thank you once again for the platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next participant, Konok Chakraborty, Partho Saha, and Shomir Kumar Sheel. Cell
Yeah, ma'am.
physiology
There are
and
other
molecular
authors.
genetics.
Yeah, ma'am. There are other authors. I am the presenting one.
Okay.
So may I share
And
the slides, ma'am?
you can share the slide and just a second. Nilimesh Majumdar, are you present here?
Yes, ma'am, I am present, but can I present the next one?
Yes, yes. You are the next one.
Okay, ma'am.
Konok Chakraborty?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, please present now.
Okay. Ma'am, my slides are visible.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon to all the delegates and my teachers present here. I'm going to present my paper on anti-cervical cancer activity of Parkia javanica, endemic to Tripura. So my slides are very compact and short, and this is an overview of the slides. So in introduction, I want to mention that cervical cancer is one of the most frequent cancer among women, we all know. And the cisplatin, carboplatin, oxyplatin, these platinum-based drugs are used to treat cervical cancer. But the thing is that the most common chemotherapeutic agent for the cervical cancer is cisplatin. And nowadays, the cervical cancer cells get resistant to this cisplatin. And so we need an alternative drug. And all we know that till now we are dependent on the plant-based drug. In 80% cases we are dependent on plant-based drugs or herbal drugs. So in this case, in our case, the Parkia javanica is a leguminous plant, and in northeastern India this plant is used in various in in various conditions to treat various conditions among different tribes in this particular area. So we try to design this study to evaluate the anti-cancer potential of the Parkia javanica bark. Actually, this is a methanolic extract on human cervical cancer cell line, that is HeLa. So in materials and method, first we have collected the Parkia javanica bark from the Ambasa, that is in Dholai district of Tripura. Then we have submerged the bark powder in methanol overnight. Then we have collected the extract and filtered it out in filter paper. And then using rotary paper, we have concentrated it, and then we gone for freeze drying or lyophilization. And here in the picture, we can see that this crystal stripe of extract we get, and whenever we try to use it in drug, we just dissolve this extract in 1:1 methanol DMSO solution. And in case of checking its cell viability and other apoptosis issues, we did various assays like MTT assay, and then collagenic potential or a colony forming assay, cell migration assay, then DNA fragmentation assay, and fluorescence staining by DAPI, or for apoptosis we used dual staining like annexin 5 or EOB. So in results, I just want to mention that there are two graphs, one for the HeLa cell line, and when we are using HeLa, it is a cancer cell line. We have to check that is there any cytotoxicity on any normal cell line. So we used GM, that is human fibroblast GM 00637. So in the graph here we used 5-fluorouracil as standard drug, and our extract now from now here I will mention it as MEPJB, that is methanolic extract of Parkia javanica bark. So here we can see that at the concentration of 50 to 100, it is cytotoxic to the HeLa cells, and in case of 100 to 200 concentration, it is cytotoxic to our normal fibroblast cell. So IC50, if we measure the IC50, the MEPGB IC50 for HeLa cell is 62.29 or 66.30, which is plus minus 0.84 microgram per ml. And in case of a normal cell, it is 174.09 plus minus 1.0 microgram per ml, which is more actually in case of a normal cell. So we can say that it is cytotoxic to HeLa cell or a cervical cancer cell line. And we have also used the standard drug, that is 5-fluorouracil, and in both cases for GM or that is normal cell, and HeLa, that is cervical cancer cell, the concentration of IC50 is more than 200 gram. So from this cell viability assay, we can say that we can work with this MEPJB, and we have to do further assays. So next we try to evaluate the colony forming capacity of this uh, I mean the inhibition of colony forming capacity of this MEPJB, and we can see that in case of IC50, it is inhibiting the colony forming of HeLa cells compared to the vehicle control. Vehicle control here it is like 1:1 ethanol and DMSO, and if we use the twice of the IC50 of the dose, then it is completely eradicated. So it is inhibiting the colony forming. And then we try to evaluate the inhibition of the cell migration. Like if we have a wound in normal cell, we want that it should be healed in very short time. But if we have a cancer cell, then if we make an wound, what our approach? Our approach is that if the wound shouldn't be healed, rather the wound should be there, like it should there, then only this cancer cell will not be grow. So we try to evaluate the MEPJB effect on these wounds, and we found that in case of MEPJB, after 24-hour incubation, the wound is not healing, and moreover wound is expanding compared to the vehicle control. Here again vehicle control is ethanol DMSO. Next we tried the morphological changes in case of the AOPI stained AOEV stained cells and DAPI stained cells. So here we can see that in case of AOBI stained cells, when we use vehicle control, the color is green. And so here green means the cells are living or live cells. And in case of MEPGB treated, it is either yellow or it is orange. So if it is yellow, that is early apoptotic cells. If it is orange, then it is late apoptotic cells. In case of DAPI, we always try to chromatin condensation. So we always try to evaluate the chromatin condensation. So if you see that in case of vehicle control, the stain is all over the cells. The chromatin is normal. So the cells are live. But when we have treated the cells with MEPJB, the cells are died, and the MEPJB treated cells shows the condensation of the chromatin material. So here also we able to know that this MEPJB can induce apoptosis and can change or can cause cell death, and these are the cervical cancer cell lines. So in discussion, I want to mention that we know that this cisplatin based or the platinum based, yeah, the platinum based drugs are getting resistant to this cervical cancer cell lines. So we can use these plant based drugs, and in our work, from our work, it is very evident that this Parkia javanica, that is methanolic extract of the Parkia javanica bark, can be a potential chemotherapeutic agent for HeLa cell lines or human cervical cancer cell lines. Though further validation is needed, like we can validate it through using molecular docking and dynamics approach, and of course we can go for other fractionation, and it will be discussed by my senior. His presentation will be next to next, maybe by Mr. Partha Saha. So thank you. So this is our team. Thank you for the platform.
Thank you. Our next participant, Nilimesh Mojumdar, and I request Partha Saha, Research Scholar, Department of Human Physiology, Tripura University, to be prepared for his lecture. Nilimesh Mujumdar.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm here.
proceed. Ma'am.
This screen is visible.
It's visible, but
Hello. May I audible?
yes, you're audible.
Okay. Now it's visible.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nilmesh Majumdar. I'm pursuing Master's course in Environmental Studies from Ravindra Bharati University. So now what are the actually biodiversity is the variety of the life on the earth, and without biodiversity life is impacting all of parts of human society, not only human society, overall the world. So through this presentation I will show that the two parameters, number one is the sum of the positive impact on the environment, and number two is some of the negative impact on the environment. So similarly, we can see this image also shown that some of the positive impacts like water quality improved, controlled noise pollution, and some peaceful wildlife and clean up air, etc. And other hand, we can see the growth rate, economic growth rate, human society, because human also
Sir, your
lost their
presentation is not visible.
economic development and lack of. Yes, ma'am.
Your presentation is not visible.
Now it's visible. Now it's visible.
No.
No. Uh, I don't know, ma'am, what are the problem there. Now it's visible.
No, it's not. Then try to reconnect.
Not.
Try to reconnect. We're skipping to our next participant. Then we'll back to you.
Okay, please move on.
Okay. Partho Saha, Research Scholar, Department of Human Physiology, Tripura
Yes, ma'am, I'm
University.
present.
Okay, please present your presentation. And Dr. Najmul Hussain Lashkar, Assistant Professor, PDU Government Model College, Assam.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you are the next. Partho Saha, Research Scholar, Department of Human Physiology. You may proceed now.
Ma'am, the slides are visible.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can I proceed, ma'am?
Yes,
Hello.
proceed, proceed,
Okay. Okay. So,
proceed.
a very good afternoon to all of you. Today, the topic of my presentation is anti-proliferative and apoptosis-inducing potential of the methanolic bark extract and active chromatographic fraction of Parkia javanica, which I've just discussed some minutes ago in colorectal cancer cell line. So today's my main objective is to show the activity of Parkia javanica, the ethnomedicinal plant of northeast India, and it is widely found in Tripura also. in colon cancer cell lines in vitro. It is an in vitro study. So as we all know, colon cancer or colorectal adenocarcinoma is a kind of colon or rectal cancer. Uh, According to Global Statistics 2020, there it states that colon cancer ranked third in all newly diagnosed cases of cancer and second in all the cancer-related deaths worldwide. And in Asia, Asia is the highest rate of colon cancer incident, followed by Europe. There are so many causes behind developing colon cancer, like age, family history, gender, various mutations, our eating choices, including inflammation, induced inflammation, diabetes mellitus, obesity, alcohol consumption, etc. There are some conventional drug in the market which generally used to treat colon cancer, like 5-fluorouracil. It is so much common. So in this study, I will also compare the chemotherapeutic effect of my chemotherapy effect of the plant extract, which I am focusing here, with 5-fluorouracil, the conventional anti-cancer drug. So the plant extract which I'm just mentioning here, it is Parkia javanica. Parkia javanica is a leguminous plant, and it is under Fabaceae family with ethnomedicinal history. So this plant actually it has some various effects which are already reported, like anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, anti-leukemic property, etc. Various tribes of northeastern India actually use this plant as a vegetable, and they also use this plant to cure stomach aches, cholera, diarrhea, dysentery, etc. So this is the plant, and in the right side, these are the fruits of the plant and the seeds also. Actually, the fruit and seeds are generally consumed by tribal people in Northeast. So this fruit and seeds are generally it is safe if we consider it as a chemotherapeutic agent. So at first, we have collected this plant, and the bark extract of this plant has been used to prepare the methanolic extract of the plant. So these are the crystal. These crystals are the methanolic bark extract of Parkia javanica, which we prepared by soaking this bark in the methanol for overnight, and after that, we got this crystallized powder after lyophilization in 4 degrees centigrade. So in the result section, I am quickly going through. At first, we have checked the methanolic extract of Parkia javanica bark for some primary phytochemical analysis, where we found that various phytochemicals, primary phytoconstituents are present, and among these, phenolic compounds was the most. This methanolic extract was then tasted in vitro in especially two colon cancer cell lines. One is HCT116, another one is SW480. And with this, another normal cell line was taken, that is fibroblast GM00637, to compare the cytotoxicity of this plant extract on colon cancer cells as well as normal cell line, where we found that this plant extract has very good cytotoxic effect on two colon cancer cell lines. One is HCT116 and another one is SW480. These are the IC50 values, that is IC50 values of Parkia javanica on two cancer cell lines in a time dependent manner, that is 24, 48 and 72 hours. And if we compare these values with the normal cell line, then we found that the IC50 values were more than 10 microgram per ml, more than 100 microgram per ml, which is good, because the plant extract exert much less toxicity in case of normal cell lines compared to colon cancer cell lines. However, the positive control, that is 5-fluorouracil, the conventional drug, showed higher IC50 values on both the colon cancer cell lines compared to methanolic extract of Parkia javanica. And the IC50 concentrations of methanolic extract were inactive in case of normal human fibroblast cell line. After that, after determining the IC50 value, that is the cytotoxicity value of this plant extract on colon cancer cell lines as well as normal cell line, we tested this extract to find out if there are any clonogenic potential, how the clonogenic potentials are changing in presence of this drug in colon cancer cell lines, where we found that this drug is an anti clonogenic agent because it prevents the clonogenicity property of colon cancer cells, which is good in cancer therapy. After that, we tested for cell migration. Actually, by this cell migration, we found that plant extract inhibited the cell migration of cancer cell. That is, we can say that the plant extract is anti-metastatic in case of colon cancer cells. For apoptotic morphological changes, we utilized two techniques actually. First one is acridine orange ethidium bromide fluorescent staining technique, and another one is DAPI fluorescent staining technique. In both the cases, we found that chromatin condensation occur, and chromatin condensation in cancer cell actually the primary hallmark of apoptosis. So we can say that as chromatin condensation in the treated or experimental group found in through acridine orange and ethidium bromide as well as DAPI fluorescent staining procedure, then we can say that this plant extract can induce apoptosis in colon cancer cells. After this study, we followed the DNA fragmentation assay, where we found that this plant extract induced DNA fragmentation in colon cancer cell line, and again DNA fragmentation is another hallmark of apoptosis. So we can say that this plant extract may induce apoptosis in both the colon cancer cell lines. For further confirmation, we have done another flow cytometric assay that is called annexin 5 propadium iodate flow cytometric assay. There also we found that a good number of cells, a good percentage of cell here, that is 47.5%, a good percentage of cell undergoes late apoptosis after treating these cancer cells with this plant extract Parkia javanica. So Parkia javanica is a good therapeutic agent for treating colon cancers. So cell cycle analysis also we have done, and we found that actually sub G0 phase of the cell cycle was arrested in case of HCT116 and SW480 cells also. So arresting cell cycle is the primary cause behind this anti-proliferative activity of this plant extract. So after
Sir,
doing
please
all
make
this
it short.
okay, ma'am. So after doing all these studies with this plant extract, crude methanolic extract, we further purified this methanolic extract with a chromatographic technique called flash chromatography, and there we found 3 fractions from this particular crude extract of Parkia javanica, and all these 3 fractions were further tested on the same cell line for cell viability, for determining the cell viability, where we found fraction 1, which turns to be the active fraction. If we compare the result with the crude methanolic extract and fraction 1, we can see that the IC50 values gradually reduced in case of purified fractions. So after doing this in vitro assays with the fractions of Parkia javanica, then we have done some GCMS and a chemical analysis, where we found the major compound which is present in the active fraction of Parkia javanica was 2,4-diterdibutylphenol. So 2,4-diterdibutylphenol is a phenolic compound, and this and we hypothesized that this particular compound may be the main key factor behind the anti-colon cancer activity of Parkia javanica. So the significance of the study, if we conclude, the methanolic bark extract inhibit proliferation of the colon cancer cells by arresting cell cycle at sub G0 phase, and induces apoptosis in colon cancer cells, which leads to cell death. This current study suggests that the methanolic extract of Parkia japonica bark has more cytotoxic potential against the colon cancer cell lines than 5-fluorouracil, the conventional drug. Then, the active purified chromatographic fraction of the plant extract showed more cytotoxic potential in colon cancer cells than the crude extract. And lastly, chemical profiling of the active fraction revealed the presence of a phenolic compound 2,4-ditert butyl as the major phytoconstituent in the bark extract, which may be the major contributor of the anti-colon cancer activity of the active chromatographic fraction. So, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my paper here. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, Dr. Nazmul Hossain Laskar, Assistant Professor, PDU Government Model College from Assam. And next, G. Sudhakar Babu, Assistant Professor of Physics, HOD, SBIT Anantapur. G. Sudhakar Babu, are you present?
Ma'am, am I audible, Dr. Nazmul?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Shall I present my paper?
Okay, okay, sir. Please proceed.
Actually, I have PowerPoint presentation. Is it visible, ma'am?
No.
My slides are not visible.
No.
I don't know it's happening. Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes, okay, okay.
Okay, the title of my presentation is Soaring Mercury Level and its Impact on Ecosystem. This is Dr. Nazmul Hussain, Assistant Professor, PDU Government Model College, Hailakandi, Assam. Warm good afternoon to you all. Really, I am delighted to be a part of this wonderful academic exercise. I am very much glad and thankful to the organizer for giving me an opportunity to present my paper on this vital issue. So, due to time constraints, I am not going in detail. Just I'd like to focus on the key areas and basic arguments of my paper. I have prepared around 20 slides. So I'll focus on these slides only. Is it visible, my slide?
Yes, you are visible.
Okay. So you can also read out from my slides that in the modern period, along with the means of transportation and industrialization, energy consumption is also increasing. Expansion of human population, increase in per capita demand of natural resources, and release of chemicals, altogether new to natural ecosystems innovated by humans over the last 2 centuries, has resulted in global environmental changes with adverse consequences for human. One of the environmental threats our planet faces today is potential for long-term changes in the Earth's climate and temperature patterns, known as global climate change. You see, many credible researchers have confirmed that climate change is changing over the last few decades, and humans are realizing and experiencing such changes in their everyday life. Hence, mitigation and adaptation measures are to be taken, and we must work together to control global climate change. At present, the planet has two major global ecological crises. Number one is climate change,
and the second one is extinction of species of flora and fauna. It's a very vital and pertinent issue that need to be addressed. Since the industrial revolution in Western Europe, there has been a substantial increase in Earth's surface temperature, and if no proactive mitigation steps are taken in time, we may experience up to 4 degrees centigrade increase in temperature by the end of 21st century. And it is observed that since 1980, the temperatures have risen faster than ever before. It's predicted that global warming will cause significant rise in the sea level in the 21st century. According to the IPCC report, by 2080, sea levels could rise from 9 to 48 centimeter in a low emissions scenario and from 16 to 69 cm in a high emissions scenario. And the rise in sea levels has had or is expected to have calamitous impacts on several countries. Climate change on account of buildup of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere leading to global warming poses threat to ecosystem and the goods and services they provide. This slide is visible, ma'am? Is it visible? So in this slide,
Yes.
yeah, you will find a difference between natural greenhouse effect and human and escapes into space. There is every possibility of heat escapes into space, and in the human enhanced greenhouse effect, what we find due to huge concentration of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, we find less heat escapes into the space. As a result, our globe is becoming warmer. And nowadays, global warming has become a global warning. We need to understand and we need to find out the possible way to minimize the range and degree of temperature at any cost. You see, this radical climate change is leading towards a sudden loss of biodiversity, a dwindling number and a variety of plants and animals. Many species won't be able to adapt fast enough. According to a recent UN assessment, 20 to 30% of the Earth's plant and animal species face extinction if the world warms by between 1.5 to 2.5 degrees Celsius. It is found that after the unprecedented 5.4% fall in emissions in 2020 due to lockdown and travel restrictions, preliminary data shows from January to May this year shows global carbon dioxide emission 1.2% higher than that during COVID period. And then, though they still account for only 0.04% of the atmosphere, that still adds up to billions of tons of heat-trapping gas. For example, in 2090 alone, humans dumped 36.44 billion tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, where it will linger for hundreds of years. So there are plenty of carbon dioxide molecules to provide a heat-trapping blanket across the entire atmosphere. In this slide, I've tried to show what are the different greenhouse gases and their global warming potential. And their sources also is reflected in this slide. You see carbon dioxide, GWP is 1, and its sources are fossil fuels, forest clearing, cement production, etc. Methane 21, nitrous oxide 310, hydrofluorocarbons 142, 11,700, PGCs and
Your slides are not changing.
slides are not changing.
Hmm.
Is it okay now?
No, still it's not changing.
Is it changing?
No.
Can you let me read out? Due to technical glitch, it's not working or what, I don't know. May I continue, ma'am?
Okay, continue.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. The global warming is essentially contributed to the presence of the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Each greenhouse gas has active, radioactive, or heat-trapping properties. India emits only 3% of the world's total emissions of carbon dioxide, and our per capita emissions are only 1/5 of the global average. However, Indian electricity utilization industries are very carbon dioxide emissions intensive due to their large coal use and somewhat obsolete technologies. And in this slide, I have tried to find out and I have tried to analyze what are the initiatives and strategies being taken by the government of India to minimize the use of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. India is playing a positive role and has taken a firm stance in favor of comprehensive sustainable development adaptive strategies. It has presented an ambitious Green India Mission program under its National Action Plan on Climate Change. India has made a submission to UNFCCC on RED, Sustainable Management of Forest and Afforestation and Reforestation. A national forest carbon accounting program has also been institutionalized. India has established National Clean Development Mechanism Authority for according host country approval to CDM projects as mandated under the Kyoto Protocol to the UNFCCC. The government has set up an expert committee on the impacts of climate change. The finance minister in a budget 2022-23 speech stressed that climate change was being one of the highest external negatives facing the country, and the government was committed to a strategy of low carbon footprint. For climate action plan, an outlay of rupees 30 crore has been made, which is the same as in the current fiscal, whereas rupees 460 crore was allotted to control of pollution as against rupees 470 crore in the budget. Finance Minister announced that the government would introduce a policy for battery swapping. This would give a boost to the domestic EV industry, especially on the public transport front, as it would provide an affordable solution to the issue of charging anxiety. Having more EVs on the road is an important part of the government's plan to reduce carbon emissions from transport. India pledged in Paris to generate 40% of India's power capacity from non-fossil fuel sources and create an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2030. According to Central Electricity Authority, as of 31st December 2021, the share of non-fossil fossil sources in the installed capacity of electricity generation was only 40.20%. Thus, from the above analysis and discussion, we have come to a conclusion that climate change can be a mega catastrophe if we do not take action now, both in the area of adaptation as well as mitigation. As a responsible organization and citizens of global community, it's our ardent responsibility to secure our energy future, to prevent the sort of disruption to many natural and human systems that everyone on our planet depends on. We all must work together to control global climate change. Thanks to all. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
giving me an
Thank you so
opportunity
much.
to present my paper. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. G. Sudhakar Babu, are you present? Next, Suchitra Mitro, research scholar, ISA Kolkata. Suchitra Mitro. Nilimesh Majumdar.
Yes, ma'am, I'm present
Are you
here.
present here now?
Yes, ma'am. Chandrima, ma'am, will share on her screen due to my
Okay.
presentation.
Proceed.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. Ma'am, please. Chandrima, ma'am, are you here? Okay, may I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. So I am Nilimesh Majumdar. I am pursuing master's course in environmental studies from Rabindra Bharati University. So today our topic is biodiversity during the pandemic on overview, and this presentation to actually based on the review work which on data collect from some research paper and various journals. So first I will talk about that what are the actually biodiversity. Biodiversity is a variety of the life on the earth, and without biodiversity life would not sustain anymore. So we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic is impact all parts of human society, and not only that human, overall the whole world. Next slide please. Definitely through this assignment, I will show that the two parameters. Number one is some of the positive impacts on the environment, and another is negative impact on the environment. Next slide, please. We can see similarly this image also shown that some of the positive impact on this environment. Number one is improve water quality, control noise pollution, peaceful environment, clean up air, etc. And another chart, economic growth rate chart, also shown that some negative impact on the environment, basically like economically lack of economy in the overall the country and world. Okay, next slide please. So now I will talk about that how the environment has been improved the standard quality of the structural and functional unit of the ecology. Okay, so first is what water quality. So we know that during this COVID period, anthropogenic activities has been reduced. So as a result, human disturbance there no more. So as a result, the water quality has been improved in the many kind of water body, rivers and lakes, and some of aquatic species also survival more. And another is satellite image also shown that air quality has been improved during this COVID period, because industry and transport system are shut down. So as a result, air quality has been more into more improved, but it's a certain time. Okay, and another is greenhouse gas emission is reduction in O2 has reduction. This is very beneficial for the environment. And another is ecological sensitive areas such as mangroves and coral reefs were also reform their own population again, but it's also happened for the certain time. And another is restriction on the tourism spot. India has many kind of tourist spot like forest, sea beach, etc, and people also going there, and they also did not follow the proper guidelines to dumping the waste, and they also drop anywhere the waste. So it is the very harmful for the environment. But actually during this period, the ecotourism also closed, and as a result, the many kind of forest and sea beach also clean up more. Okay, next slide please. Through this chart, next slide. Through this chart, we can see the mortality rate. Mortality rate has been increased that time, and we all know that people, how much people are expired that time. It's very pathetic condition. So I think it's not too necessary to saying how much condition over there. Okay, next condition, next slide, please. Next, okay. This image also shown that some of the positive impacts for the aquatic and terrestrial species like fish, birds, and another species. But another hand, we can see there have some negative impact like PPKT, mask, and another plastic uses. So biomedical waste generation increase in this period. So that is the very big challenge for the environment, because we all know that Indian waste management is not a, sufficient for the environment. So this is the very big challenge and big threat for the environment. Okay, next slide please. Now I will talk about some ill impacts. So number one is street animals. Street animals, they did not get their food to survival, because during this COVID period, most of the restaurant, hotels has been closed. So that's why most of the animals, they did not get their food to survival. And another is there have some economical problems like mm, uh, many kind of economic sector has been close up. So as a result, people also face the some economic problems. And number three is biomedical waste has been increased during this pandemic, which already I have been discussed. And number four is poaching. So we can see that a decrease in human disturbance in an environment, it's a very good and plus point. But another hand, we can see that the increasing poaching activities is very increased in the forest, especially in Indian main kind of like Lataguri, Jungle, Purulia, etc. Because why reduction in law in enforcement is not a sufficient that time. So that's why poaching percentage has been increased that time. Okay, next slide please. Next. Okay, this graph also shown that the rural and urban unemployment rate. Yellow line also show that urban employment rate, and green also rural. So it's, you all of know that that time unemployment rates in very increase in overall the world. And the pre-lockdown and lockdown, so poaching activities in pre-lockdown and lockdown situation is happened, and lockdown in this lockdown situation, the poaching quantity has been more increased as compared to the another condition. Next slide please. Okay, conclusion. So actually already I have explained that some of the good impacts, but now question is, really it is good impacts? Answer is no, because it's very uncertain event to recover the environmental function. Therefore many kind of researchers they claim if people will increase their own knowledge awareness so the of conservation the environment, so definitely environment will much more benefited in future as compared to the growth rate of the COVID situation. And we cannot see that the COVID period is a beneficial for the environment because some of the street dogs did not consume their food to survival, and we can see mortality rate has been increased. So it's defined that losses of biodiversity during this COVID period. So in not only that COVID period, no any natural disaster, it's not happened for the beneficial for any environmental. Okay, next please. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, golden opportunities to present here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I am announcing the name who are absent. If anyone present, please respond. Dr. Radhakrishnan Saran, Dr. Shohel Mohammed, Dr. Moinak Banerjee. He is also informed us that due to some medical emergency he can join us. Kavita Kumari from Himachal Pradesh University. Sudhakar Babu, G. Sudhakar Babu. Suchitra Mitro, research scholar, IISER Kolkata. If anyone present, please respond. Okay, I think no one present here. And thank you all. Thank you all the presenter. We are at the end of this two-day seminar, and I'd like to invite Dr. Malay Kumar Ghosh, sir, IQAC coordinator and faculty department of physics, SRF College, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Bhusali. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Actually, I am feeling myself as an intruder here, as I take the responsibility of IQAC coordinator just 3 days ago. And yesterday, I can't join the program. And today also, I can't follow the program thoroughly. Okay, I am really feeling honored and privileged having this opportunity to offer vote of thanks on behalf of our college on this two-day seminar on Biosphere, Biodiversity, and Biodemocracy, organized by the Department of Environmental Science, collaboration with Eco Club and IQAC of our college. First of all, I extend a hearty vote of thanks to our chief guest, Professor Subhash Chandra Satra, retired professor, Department of Environmental Science, Kollan University, who spared his time here from his busy schedule to grace this occasion. I also want to thank our guest speakers, Dr. Anirban Roy, Research Officer, West Bengal Biodiversity Board, and Mr. Shamik Guchai, PBR Monitoring Assistant, West Bengal Biodiversity Board, for their active participation and delivering their special lecture in this event. A special thanks to our guest speaker, Professor Apurva Ratan Ghosh, Department of Environmental Science, Bardhaman University, for his for this speech. I must appreciate his effort for making the event informative and helpful for all of us. Thank you, sir. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to Dr. Shalini Dayani, Principal Scientist, Critical Zone Research Group, CSIR NEERI, Nagpur, for her valuable lecture. All of you are very inspired by your great words. You really make the day remarkable. Thank you, ma'am. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our principal, Dr. Subhash Roy, for his encouragement, enormous support, and guidance to make this event successful. I also express my most sincere thanks to Dr. Milan Mondal, our previous IQSC coordinator, for his tireless effort to make this seminar a grand success. Above all, I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to my colleague, Mr. Pinaki Bose, head of the department, Mrs. Kaushali Chaturaj and Ms. Alomera Khatun, faculty of our Environmental Science Department, for their extremely hard work to arrange the seminar and to make it successful. At last but not least, I convey my thanks to all research persons and scholars present here for their active participation and also special thanks to our non-teaching staff for their effortless cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. One important announcement, the e-certificate will be provided after successful submission of the feedback form, which is available in the comment section now. The e-certificate will be sent to the registered email ID within 10 working days. Please be careful while submitting the feedback form. I sincerely appreciate your attention and interest today, and that brings us to the end. With the permission of our respected principal, sir, I would like to end today's seminar here. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anur.